good.
I call this meeting to order. Confirmation of the agenda that the Council of the Township of North Huron hereby accepts the agenda for October 22nd, 2020 special council meeting as presented. Do I have a mover? Paul, seconded by Kevin. All in favor? Carries. Disclosure of pecuniary interest. Seeing none, we shall move on. Before we have our first delegation, I'm going to get our CEO to speak to what's going on today and a little bit of background for anybody listening in that's not aware of what's taking place and what we're about.
Thank you, Worship. So just more for the benefit of perhaps anyone who's tuning in that hasn't been following, the province announced funding earlier this year, modernization funding, to conduct reviews and to look at efficiencies and achieving savings. As a municipality, we applied and we were successful in receiving $75,000 from the province to undertake this work. And as part of that $75,000, there is some funds in there for public consultation. So that's something that we'll come back to shortly. But KPMG was retained to undertake our service delivery review for us. And we have representatives here today, which we certainly appreciate. Council has expressed an interest in hearing from the consultant. So from a staff's perspective, our role has been to provide information and answer questions and assist the consultants in undertaking their work. The consultants have completed their work and are here today to present the final report to Council for considerations. There are a number of recommendations that I'm sure Katie and Chaz will go through for Council's consideration. So in terms of options, after Council receives the report, Council can receive the report and do nothing. Council could direct or proceed with public consultation on the report. The details of that is not something that's been discussed in light of the COVID, but if that was Council's wish, that's something certainly we can undertake. Council could direct staff to bring back more information on some or all of the recommendations if Council wished. Council could direct some or all the recommendations be implemented. And keeping in mind as well that there is another round of funding available, so that's certainly on the table. So with that, Your Worship, do you have any comments? And if not, we'll turn it over to Chaz and Katie.
No, thank you very much, Dwayne. No, at this point, I think we're just going to turn it over to Chad and Chase and Katie, and Chase and Katie, sorry, and we'll get this pony up and running.
Thank you, Your Worship. By way of a formal introduction, my name is Chaz Anselmo. I'm a senior manager with KPMG in our Sudbury offices. I've been with the firm for 9 years. I almost work exclusively with municipalities across the province. I've done some work out west and some work out east. Different creatures, but same challenges, even when you cross borders. I will say that much. Prior to working with the firm, I spent 6 years with Municipal Affairs and Housing, so please don't hold that against me. But I'd like to think that something that we bring to this table is the ability to speak municipal, and something that we were able to really hit the ground running when working with your staff. And now I'll let Katie introduce herself.
Yeah, my name is Katie Dunbach. I'm a partner with KPMG from our London office, so just made the nice drive up here this morning. And I also have worked with municipalities for since the beginning of my 15-year career with the firm so far, both in the capacity as external auditor, but also in assisting with process improvements and financial reporting and whatnot. So thanks for having us here today, and nice to see you all in person.
So inside the presentation deck, we have an agenda that we're hoping that we can walk through over the course of this morning. Talk about the objectives of the review. Why beyond the fact that the province of Ontario was providing modernization dollars, what were we seeking to achieve? Walk through the key findings as to those themes that we saw across the organization for your consideration, as well as then speak about those potential courses of action. Where is there the potential for council to make a decision? And I really want to stress to make a decision as to just because KPMG put it inside this report doesn't necessarily mean it needs to be implemented, but it's there for your consideration. There may be some things that you have an appetite for, and there may be some that you don't. So it was really an all-encompassing look at what you do. And then at the end of all of this, we were then available for any questions you may have with respect to the review. In terms of the objectives, in that this was an opportunity to have a third party come in and evaluate and analyze and apply a bit of an objective lens, if you will, to the service offerings of your municipality. And take a look at the what, the why, and the how. And those were really the big questions that we always seek out to answer when conducting these types of reviews. And we're always doing this with that lens as to how can we potentially increase operational efficiency and effectiveness. And we do this really through two ways. The first is, to my first point, we look at the services that you provide. Are there areas that you're providing a level of service that either A, exceeds what we would consider to be common and or best practice? Are there services that we would identify as discretionary? And I'll get into that later on. As well as looking at how you go about in doing things. And that has been a bit of a shift for your purposes, and I hope I'm not boring you when I talk about this, but we've shifted away strictly from looking at what you do and really digging into how you get things done. Because in a lot of cases, there's a lot of value there in mapping out the workflow, the technology being used, all of those processes to identify and achieve operational efficiencies and effectiveness measures. So in terms of looking at that, and you'll see inside the report a whole chapter that breaks down a series of processes into individual work steps, looking at how we can potentially improve upon those. So with respect to the scope of work, one of the first things that we set out to do was to develop municipal service profiles. And these profiles are an inventory as to everything that you do. And they're intended to be a three-page snapshot of every service provided by the township. And in doing so, what we're trying to communicate to the reader, so any interested party who picks up this document, is to what the service is, what value it brings, and what it seeks to achieve, and as well as the resources. How much, in terms of both dollars as well as people, help drive that service. And then the most important piece, and the biggest educational piece inside of those, is the rationale. And I stress that because if I were to walk the street this morning and ask 10 residents at random as to why you do some of the things you do, they would just give me the standard, well, that's just the municipality, wasting my tax dollars, or I don't understand why we do that. This makes no sense to me. Well, in a lot of cases, it doesn't make sense to anybody, but services can be categorized into 4 different ways, ranging from mandatory all the way down to discretionary. And we use 4 categories in the development of our service profiles. So mandatory services are those that are required by the province of Ontario, by some piece of legislation says, thou shalt do this. Thou shalt have a treasurer. Thou may have a CAO. And what I'm not trying to do here is to talk about whether these positions are necessary, but to communicate that the Act will say that you need a treasurer, you may have a CAO, but every municipality your size does. So Dwayne, you can rest easy. But what I'm really trying to get to is when we look at mandatory and move into essential, that's where I would consider this position of a CAO to be an essential function. These are things that are crucial to the effective and the efficient administration of this corporation. The final 2 categories, and we do delineate between these two, between traditional and discretionary services. Traditional services, we consider to be, in a perfect example that I consistently give, is about recreation. Because if I look across your peer group, and even if I go beyond your peer group and across the province, I expect to see recreational services provided by a municipality of your size. So that is how we do it. Because when I get into discretionary, it's those services that there's no legislation, it's not essential. I don't see it consistently across your group, nor do I see it consistently across sort of your weight class, if you will. So those are outliers. And I'll get into that when we start talking more specifically about services for the township, where we would consider you have discretion, and go from there. Beyond that, and I've already sort of spoken to this in terms of looking at across the spectrum, if you will, or the peer group, we did some comparative analysis. And this is to, in some cases, benchmark both your financial performance against a group of municipal peers. I will caution you, though, that comparative analysis needs to be taken with a grain of salt, in that it's point in time, and we're making one huge assumption, that everybody else is doing it right. And that is a major pitfall with comparative analysis. So as you've read the document and trying to digest some of that information, recognize that there can be variances and variables that can change a municipality's performance on a year-to-year basis. And we use it just to get a little more insight as to where, if you are an outlier, why. And try to then dig a little deeper to get that explanation. The third area of our scope of work was to do that process mapping that I was speaking about, and breaking down various processes across the organization to get a better sense as to how things get done. And this is by no means to provide sort of value judgment on workflow processes inside the municipality, because I can tell you this much. Speaking to you from the perspective of KPMG, we have probably one of the biggest glass houses when it comes to broken processes. So we are certainly not passing judgment upon yours, but providing insight as to how you could potentially reduce manual processes, get away from the use of paper, better use of technology, and whatnot. And then finally, is pulling all this together to identify where there's potential for change, and identifying those opportunities both from an operational standpoint and from a service-based perspective. In terms of the key findings, one thing that became abundantly clear to us after the development of the service profiles was that the majority of what you do is because you're required to or you need to. We would consider 75% of your services to be either mandatory and or essential, leaving 25% to fall into those other two categories. And it's interesting because when we break those next two down, 19 we would consider to be traditional, and 6% of what you provide is discretionary. The interesting point beyond that, though, is that 6% in terms of discretionary services, when you throw it all into the bucket and look at it from a financial perspective, because of how childcare operates, it actually doesn't have an impact on your levy as significant as other services. So it's not as if, from a discretionary standpoint, there's a lot of room to move, if you will. That being said, though, there are aspects of what you do inside of those services that could be considered to be discretionary. And what we look at is operation of airports, trailer parks, campgrounds, things of that nature. What we're consistently seeing are municipalities shifting away from those types of operations. Henceforth, they've been identified inside this document. When I talk about the comparative analysis, both from a financial health as well as from a service-based perspective, what we saw in a lot of cases was consistency, in that no significant concerns from our perspective, whereas looking at your financial health and saying, oh, this is out of whack, if you will, as well as from a service-based perspective. Now, with that being said, there were some outliers when we looked at it from a service-based viewpoint, in that there were some significant variances with respect to policing costs, which we understand is a result of having two contracts with the OPP versus one. Your aquatics, and here's where I get back to what I was talking about trying to compare municipalities. We couldn't compare you to the group from an aquatic standpoint because you have an indoor pool and the peer group, no one did. So that by its very nature is going to then reflect in your operating costs being higher than your peers. as well as even shifting forward from a recreational facility standpoint. The one thing though, Your Worship, members of council, is that the township appears to do very well from a cost recovery perspective for the services that allow you to do so. And that is typically an area, for your purposes, that we typically have to flag with municipalities, and that you may not be charging enough for the services that you provide. And let me stop myself there, because what I'm not suggesting is that you sort of seek out every way to increase user fees to the point where you become sort of a revenue generating machine. That's not your reason for being. What ultimately you're seeking to do is ensuring that there's balance, and that the subsidy that is built inside everyone's tax bill is sufficient to cover your needs, but at the same time not put a risk at utilization. So you're not putting up barriers to people making use of what you have. You're there to provide the service, not to generate a profit. In terms of some of the other key findings, what we have seen is that you are making good use of shared service arrangements in providing for protective services. This is something that we consistently look for. And in your case, it's a little easier to share. I will tell you this much for those that were listening to me earlier this morning talking about being from Northern Ontario. This is not a luxury that's afforded to all across this province. I have some clients where the next nearby municipality is 2 hours away. So the concept of sharing is completely foreign to them. Just simply doesn't work. So to have that luxury and to take advantage of that is something that we would consider to be best practice, but still there's the potential to expand upon this. And we've identified that through a few of the opportunities contained within the report as to how the municipality may be able to go forward in trying to strengthen those agreements and to ensure that there's equity, if you will. And then finally, and this comes back to what we were talking about from a process standpoint, in that there are a number of matters that we have identified inside your processes that constrain operational efficiencies. And once again, Your Worship, members of council, this is not to be overly critical, because this is what we consistently find in each and every organization we work with, whether it's the private sector or the public sector. And the intent that we or the objective that we set out for, and I'm looking around at everyone's nameplates, so I don't see anyone named Sally, is to go out and kill Sally. And there's some smiles. I said this once in a larger room, and some poor woman's shoulders dropped a quarter of an inch, and I said, well, your name's Sally, isn't it? And Sally it's an acronym, and it is same as last year. And everyone falls victim to it, whether in your personal life, your professional life. Why do you do the things you do? Well, I've always done it that way. Same as last year. So in a lot of cases, and one of the larger benefits that we feel in our methodology that we've brought to this project and to all projects that we work with, and all municipalities we work with now, is that ability to go inside processes and start to flag where you can change and how you can potentially change, introducing the use of tech, reducing the number of papers. I had one municipal client who I swear must buy tens of thousands of dollars in filing cabinets just to put paper in, to never touch it ever again, to the point where they were renting space to store the filing cabinets. Not even a paper town. So you really struggle with, why are you so addicted to this? So throughout that chapter, we provided a series of operational work step changes that, to be perfectly blunt with you, are not all, to the average resident would look at and probably glaze over within the first couple pages of reading it. But to your staff, identifying the potential to change how they do things and free up capacity. And we're not talking about freeing up so much capacity that someone's going to be looking for something to do. My experience is there's always 7 more fires on anyone's desk at any given time to put out. So if they had an additional half an hour, even a month, or an hour a month, they would be able to direct those resources elsewhere. In terms of the potential courses of action, we look at opportunities in 4 different ways. And that is, what I've been speaking about extensively this morning with respect to operational efficiency. How can you go about in doing things with what you have, but doing it more effectively and efficiently and providing potentially a higher level of service? Looking at service level adjustments. And this is an area that can be, can be challenging for members of council, because in some cases you're being asked to change not the how, but what that you do. Alternate service delivery is, can you do things differently? Can you make use of contracting and contracting out, different ways of providing a service? And then finally, revenue generation. So how can you increase upon the revenues that are associated with what you do? In terms of the operating efficiencies, and I've already spoken to this, I think, throughout this presentation, it really is looking at, can you make better use of technology? Shifting, say, for example, inside the report, we talk about electronic record management. We look at an overall viewpoint of customer service. And this is an area that we've identified as sort of an emerging trend across the municipal sector. As communities grow, as communities change, as the demographics change, as new residents move in particularly what we're seeing, across a number of my smaller municipalities, they're experiencing an influx of new residents into their community, and what they're bringing with them are their expectations from their previous municipality. And that can present a challenge as well as an opportunity to the new host municipality, if you will, because your infrastructure may not be built, and I mean by infrastructure, I mean your customer service infrastructure, may not be built to meet their needs. Now, what I'm not suggesting is you jump at every time a resident says jump. That would be problematic at the best of times. But it really is to sort of shift the focus as to how do you engage with your residents, how do you track issues, things of that nature, just to ensure that at the end of the day, the township can be confident that your processes are solid with respect to customer service, and that you're doing within your ability, you're doing within the best of your abilities to meet the demands and the needs of your community. When we talk about service level adjustments, this is where we look at the potential decisions for council with respect to whether or not you want to be in the businesses that we flagged inside the report. Do you want to operate an airport? Do you want to be in the business of providing for campgrounds? Looking at your museum, looking at the police contracts, are there ways that you can save money by deciding whether or not you want to be in the business or not? And listen, it isn't the role of KPMG to say, go and divest all of these assets. It really is then a decision of council. But at the end of the day, what we looked at is based upon common and best practice, as well as emerging trends in the sector. These are areas that we are seeing other municipalities actively get out of those businesses, hence why they're flagged. From an alternate service delivery perspective, this is really looking at corporate systems, if you will. And the areas of particular interest from our perspective around information technology and human resources. These are critical services inside any municipality. And in particular with a municipality of your size, these are areas that we focused upon to identify where there's the potential to do things differently, but be able to provide a higher level of service from an internal perspective. The only way you find out that you're not doing HR well, unfortunately, is when something goes sideways and then you pay for it. As well as, from an IT perspective, you also find out that you're not doing things well when systems go down, and then you find out how reliant you are on these. And I'll tell you this much. I left Sudbury yesterday afternoon and I got to the city limits and realized I had left this at home. So I had to double back, because if I don't have this, I mean, some would suggest that might be useless at the best of times, but I'm truly useless if I don't have this in front of me. So, to that extent, these are areas that we have identified from an alternate service delivery perspective for council's consideration as to, albeit they may not be sexy, they're critical and essential into how you go about doing things, because things have changed, and these as things change and things evolve, these are two areas that we consistently work with municipalities around, potentially increasing capacity. Not suggesting that you're going to hire, you know, an IT technologist tomorrow, nor are we going to suggest that you need to go find the highest and best paid HR professional to bring inside your organization, but providing you with a bit of some strategy as to how you could up capacity to ultimately ensure that you're protecting yourself as a corporation from risk. From a revenue generation standpoint, there are really two areas that we sort of keyed in on. One is, and I think of importance, and was something that was raised by a number of members of council during those initial consultations, was the concept of user fees and the shared service arrangements that you have. And really ensuring that you're not out there as a municipality providing free lunches to your neighbors. And I can respect that there is always some trade-off between municipalities as to access to service. But at the end of the day, if that subsidy is growing on your levy for the provision of those services, and you've got those who aren't paying that subsidy, it may require a harder look as to what the balance should look like in ensuring that you're protecting the ratepayers for the Township of North Huron and not for the ratepayers of the County of Huron, if you will, where you have people jumping the line. So, with that, Your Worship, members of council, concludes our presentation, and now we're available for any questions you may have.
Thank you very kindly. I'm going to open it up to the floor for questions or comments. Go ahead, Trevor. Paul, did you have your hand up too?
Not yet.
Okay.
Thank you, Reeve. Sorry for my walking in the middle there. I was dropping children off, so tends to be the problem these days.
We can understand that.
Yeah, 3 at home.
The one thing I would say is more of a comment as it relates to the report. The one thing that I took out of the report was, you know, based on what we have been talking about at council and staff over the past 2 years, nothing in this report, in my mind, should surprise anybody. We are already talking about a majority of these service level delivery stuff. You know, these are been suggestions already at this council already about how do we make these either more efficient or are we even in the business of having them. So, you know, from a perspective, that's I think a positive for us in the sense that, you know, we're already down, you know, maybe 25% of the way of going through this process of understanding these things. Some of these are I would say, long-standing services that have been in this municipality for probably as much as most people have been in this room alive. I'm the exception, obviously. But obviously, in my mind, that is one of the things that, you know, we're taking a harder look at when it comes to. So I was really impressed in the fact that that's, from a council perspective, not only this council, but the council before was still looking at these things. A lot of this new council inherited some files from the old council that hadn't got through the path. So we are honestly, I would say, majority that way through dealing with a significant amount of these. I was also very impressed about the mapping, the process mapping as it relates to, you know, that just gives staff, you know, an opportunity to think about, you know, how they do things and the way they do them, and not necessarily say just because that's the way we've done it. It gives somebody a second look to say, you know, maybe that is an option. Obviously, there could be an option where it doesn't matter what you map and how you map it. You just may not be able to do it for whatever purpose or whatever reason. So I was very happy to see those two things within the report. I took note also about your comment about the comparative factors, because I looked at them, and in one slide I would say, oh God, we're really good, and then the next slide say, isn't that just the opposite of what I just read the page before? So it was one of those things where I took into consideration that those as little as exactly what you indicated as a grain of salt, in the sense that I was really happy in the sense that we looked at, from somebody other than our auditor, we've got a report that says that we're in a decent financial position as it relates to the services that we provide. You know, everybody says, well, an auditor is supposed to be independent, but when you have an auditor that you've had for 15 years, it's hard to know whether you're actually getting true knowledge about what your books are saying to you. So it's nice to see, you know, something from a report that indicates that, you know, it's a secondary look. It just, you know, you're looking at something that is important as the financial perspective of the municipality. So from my perspective, I was very happy with where we are in the process as a municipality as it relates to this service delivery review, and how we are already down that path with the support of staff and CAO and council, how we are already looking at a majority of these issues and trying to figure out which ones do we want to, because with every decision there's emotion attached to them. And we, I say as council, have been very good at trying to alleviate the emotion in the decision and try to make it as a business decision as possible, because obviously some of the reasons why we have some of these services is because emotion came into play when they made the decision in the first place. So I think ultimately that's the part for me as a comment reeve, members of council, that I'm truly impressed about where we are at as opposed to a municipality as it relates to the service delivery review. Is there some difficult answers or difficult questions to be still had and difficult answers? Absolutely, and I wouldn't expect anything less. When you come into a municipality council, you're not expected to make the easy decision, you're expected to make the hard ones. So I want to thank you know, KPMG for the work that they've done. Obviously, wouldn't have any urge to say thanks to the government of Ontario as well to allow us to get this kind of review, because obviously this is a lengthy process, and it's something that, you know, is not cheap. It's not and it's not a shot at KPMG or anything. It's just, it is an expensive endeavor to get a service delivery review done. And when the province of Ontario is offering that option, why wouldn't any municipality take it up on them? And I think we've done a good job in the sense how we take it from here, and the recommendations that we put in place are only on our desk. So I thank you guys for that.
Thank you, Trevor. Anyone else? Remember, one of these folks drove all the way from Sudbury, the other one from London. Let's give them a little bit of, go ahead, Chris.
I'll give you a good shout out. My daughter works for PwC, does exactly what you do, and I always heard about you, and it was good to experience your work. You did a fine job. It was nice to have someone, a corporation on the outside, looking in, because like Deputy Reeve says, we have an idea of how we are and where we should go. It's really good to hear your views, and like, that's a shot in the arm to know, oh geez, yeah, right, this is what's happening in our municipality, and we better look long and hard at it, or totally agreeing with what we already see. So I don't know, I really appreciate the work you have done. What sort of scares me a little bit is, you know, do we do an overall an acceptance of it and go ahead and do it? That's a bit too much for me. I'd like to sort of cherry pick, and I don't mean just a little bit here, a little bit there. I mean, oh, okay, administration, yes, like I really got that one. We can get some efficiencies there. Yeah, we should almost need to look at the most important part, because it'd be pretty daunting to do everything, because it's a huge amount of information that came our way. But anyways, it was a good experience. This was terrific, and thank you very much.
If I may, Your Worship, the last chapter, if you will, inside that report provides you with some food for thought, if you will, from an implementation standpoint. And to your point, you're right. It would be daunting for council to say, as we're just going to take this report on an omnibus approach, take it all, and we're going to attack. That would be chaotic. And as much as we talk about decision paralysis inside the report, going all out is just as, it could result in just as much paralysis because you're just gonna choke the system out. It really then is, to that point, is to going forward is ensuring that this becomes a living and breathing document, and that these opportunities then, as a group, are prioritized and then put onto smaller plates. You don't go to a buffet with a platter and load up the first plate because you're done. If you want to taste it all, smaller plates. At least that's what my doctor keeps telling me. But her and I disagree on so many different things. So, but to that point, we try to provide you with some additional implementation guidance as to how you can experience a higher degree of success based upon the number of these that we've conducted, and where we found municipalities have some difficulty, if you will, sort of taking that next step. Because I think you've already raised some of those themes, the concept of emotion, the concept of this is a lot of information to absorb. Well, then how do you balance that and try to move forward strategically? So we hope that the document will also assist you in that way.
Thank you. I'm gonna go with Paul and then Kevin.
Yes, through you, Reeve. Thank you, Chad and Katie, for your picture. As was said by the other councillors, we have looked at some of these. I'm just wondering if you could just go to page 40 and it's a highlight their capacity benefits and financial benefits. And just wondering if you could just digress a little bit on your thinking on that.
So when we talk about capacity, that's where when we look at benefits with respect to capacity, when I'm talking about opportunities, say, with respect to IT and to HR, is to how can you potentially invest to increase capacity and sort of provide greater benefit to the corporation as a whole. When we talk about financial, that's where inside the document you can go to that last column in terms of anticipated benefit, and you can see where there's potential dollars attached to changing a service. So that's how we delineate between the two.
Okay, thank you. And page 21, it had those big things on there, the high costs. I see that we're going to digress in those a little bit. But there's also a thing came up there about things that we should be getting rid of. It came through, I thought sort of clear to me, was the airport and the parks, which one has been resolved already. But also there's the museum there. But could you mention on that you said something about third party? Could you just digress on that a little bit, please?
Oh, so with respect to the operation of those, and that what we're not big fans of is saying you're either in or you're out. Just either do it or get out of it. Because there's no finesse, if you will, in that. What we have seen other communities try to do is they go and they try to find a third party to go and operate this, where they may provide them with a bit of a contribution that's lower than what it costs you to operate, and say, hands off, this is yours to operate, which means the operating wins and losses are yours, not ours any longer. So that's how we're looking at when we start talking about that way. It's more of an incremental decision-making model versus just saying whether you're in or you're out. And that's why we've positioned a few of those in that way, whereas the only way in some cases you can test the value of a service in some cases, and I'm not trying to present a sort of negative imagery here, is you need to point a gun at it. Because in a lot of cases, then you'll find out whether residents value something or they don't. When you start talking about closing things, and I'm not a fan of that. I consume recreational services in my community by the bucketful. I make use of what my community offers me, so when they start talking about changing it, I get vocal, right? But I'm not the minority. And that's what the difference is, in that you're in a difficult position when you have to try to weigh cost versus service. And I've stolen this from someone else inside the firm, so I won't take full credit to this, but there's typically two camps inside every municipality. There's advocates who are, I don't care about the cost, give me the service, and there's accountants. No offense to my colleague beside me, but the accountants are, dollars and cents. I don't care about the service. Your challenge as an elected official is trying to find that balance. And so when you start looking at services such as those that we've talked about, that incrementality way of potentially changing, it really then provides you to potentially still offer the service, just in a different way. And then if there's nobody who steps up to the plate and says, I want to do this because there's a business case to do this, then your answer becomes a little clearer as to whether or not it's truly valued inside your community. You have a little more weight to say, well then, maybe we don't need to be in this any longer. So that's why we structure them in that fashion, is to provide you really with that ability to take small steps to get to a conclusion rather than just say, that's the conclusion.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Paul. Kevin?
Thank you, Reeve. I'd like to reiterate too that I've gained much knowledge from the report. I found it very well thought out. My question is, I'm going to kind of appeal to your knowledge base of being able to, or doing this for a long time and seeing, and having the luxury of having presented to many councils and then going back years later and redoing it for someone else and revisiting those places to see what has worked and what hasn't worked. Just in your opinion, in the scope of what's in the report, is there anything that you would pick out as being high priority and highly likely to be successful in the partly, good kind of, good, better, best, as far as just to give us an outline of what our thought process might be, picking on your knowledge of what you think we would be the most successful at attaining first from this, the highest priority versus, on the way down, kind of give us a step by step of what.
Yeah, no, through your worship, that is an excellent question. It's a question that we're consistently asked. Usually it's the, how many of your clients have implemented 100% of the opportunity to put forward?
No.
So, to that, that usually is a result of where they are, sort of the experience of that municipality. When we do these, in some cases, we're doing them because something dramatic has happened. I had one municipal client, they lost 30% of their tax levy because of a council decision. Council thought there was 30% gravy, if you will, inside it, cut it, and they almost went Greek, where they ran out of cash. So when we did the review, different circumstance, right? So, but sort of getting back to your question about priority, and one of the things that, and listen, I'm not trying to paint in gray here, one of the things that we pride ourselves with is everything that sees paper, if you will, and here I am talking about use of paper, but anything that's contained within this report, we would consider to be realistic and attainable. It's not as if we are presenting you with opportunities that are for a municipality of 250,000. Nor are we going to suggest things that are going to have like a 20-year window of implementation. Where we see, though, the greater success in a lot of cases are those that involve sort of internal focus, because it's council working with staff to achieve those things. Where, in my experience, there has been hesitation to implement, and this is by no means a criticism of your counterparts across this province from an elected official's perspective, is where you start talking about service level adjustments. And it's difficult because the moment that you turn the switch down, your phone rings. Simple as that. And that gets back to my point about value. So in terms of prioritizing, I think in a lot of cases it's identifying those internal functions, those matters that would increase capacity and allow things then inside to run more effectively and efficiently, because in a lot of cases then it frees up capacity to start to look outward as well. So you always fix your house type of thing. And listen, what I'm not suggesting by saying that is that your house is broken. It's just, in some cases a matter of tweaking, changing things. The real benefit to the process mapping, and with all due respect to council, unless staff needs something that's outside the budget, it's really staff's to run with to implement those changes. So you can have two streams of change now, potentially working, collectively at the same time. Now, you don't want to overburden either side of the organization, both politically and administratively, but the channels then can run concurrently to implement change. But to your point, those pertaining to operational efficiencies are probably going to be easier to implement than service level adjustments, because that's going to require some time and some consultation as well.
Thank you.
I'm gonna go to Mr. McBurney first. and then-
Yes, I also would like to thank you, and I thought it was a good report. I have no questions, but what I have seen in the last while, since I've been on council, is that our staff is going in the right direction, small steps, and at least we're going steady. And the goal, I guess, would be just to make sure we get accomplishments out of it. Anyway, I have no other comments than that. Thank you.
Thank you, Rick. Retro.
Yeah, I did have a question about, who you interviewed in the actual report was just municipal staff, council. Was there any communication to the general public in the municipality at all?
Through your worship, no. The concept of the idea of consultation was something that through the project team we talked about, and then COVID hit. And I believe, as your CIO sort of put in his introductory remarks, it may be something that council wants to have that discussion about how you go about in positioning this with the residents.
Yeah, and I guess the comment to that for staff perspective, and that I think this, in my mind, this is a perfect opportunity, because the second part of this meeting is budget. We're going into a budget scenario here where we're going to be talking with community about dollars and cents and services. It only ceases to amaze me about, exactly as you said, if you were to say we're going to cut something or change it, we've got this room is not big enough. Near is the arena or any other building in North Huron that would be available for the public. But the public, in essence, has had this now report for almost 2-3 weeks now. Be 3 weeks because council's had it for 3 weeks or 2 weeks. I don't know if any councillor here has heard anything from anybody. I know I've heard one thing from one committee that's currently working on it right now. And Councillor Heffer is on that committee, and he's asked some pretty good questions about that right now. And it's not a surprise, it's the museum. It's a discussion that's being had right now. But, one of the things is that, I've heard it so many times. This is my 6th year on council, and unless you physically change something or say it's going to close or going to sell it or do something, it's like crickets. You don't hear anything until they get their tax bill. And then it's like, Jesus, they're for 2 months, you can't get them off the phone. So what I want is for more of the people who are not here and that are people who are watching remotely, we need information. We need, we're going to take the accountant side of dollars and cents and match it to the feelings of the municipality, and not take all of it all based on emotion, and not take it all on dollars and cents, but try to find that balance. And the only way we can find the balance is we're 7 people. We're 7 people within the municipality of 4,000. We need some information from people on how they feel about this report. This is a lengthy report. It's an informative report. But I think ultimately this tells us some things, and it should tell residents some things as well about what this municipality has to offer and what we're doing right, and what maybe things we need to correct. But we need to continue to have that dialogue with the residents and get some, don't get criticisms. Provide me a solution. Provide me something that I can take towards a solution that we as council can help work with staff to get a resolution that can be satisfactory to everybody. We need all the information. And what I say to people, because we've had a couple of a couple of people concerned about this report. One in perspective, saying, well, they don't have any skin in the game. They've said something, and they have no skin in the game as it relates to KPMG. And I'm saying, well, that's fine that they don't have any skin in the game. That's one part of the thing. We want somebody looking out that doesn't have any emotion and provide us some recommendations. The people who have the emotion, give us your feedback on what your emotion is and how you tied to it and how it's going to make you feel as it relates to what are we missing as to what this is offering our municipality. And we as council then have all of the information to make a decision that is respectful to the community as a whole, and not just the small minority or the people that has no skin in the game, or everybody has every emotion tied to it, because that's the problem that councils run into. They make decisions on emotion and don't look at the dollars, and they break themselves. And then they have to go the other way. So I just think, as another comment, Reeve, I think this report, as KPMG's mentioned, is a living document. It should be on the table every time we talk about budget, every time we talk to communities about what service levels we have. This report should be prime target. If somebody wants to argue or complain about the service levels in the municipality, send them this report. I personally believe that is the most important thing that we can do to keep people informed about this municipality and how we operate and what we do and things that we have.
Kevin, if you don't mind, I'm going to speak first. So following what Deputy Reeve Sipes just said, our next on the agenda is the airport. So I'd like to, for the people that are watching and may want to watch in the future, I'd like to talk a bit about your decision on the airport. First of all, I'm not sure what you know about it, so I'm going to give you the Reeves report, and I'll try to be brief. The airport is not in North Huron. It is in Morris Turnberry. We pay taxes to Morris Turnberry to have the airport there. We, North Huron, pay $40,000 a year if you don't include the rent of the land, and I'll always argue that point. So we pay, North Huron, taxes to Morris Turnberry, and we pay the full $40,000 to keep it going, to keep it upgraded. If you take into the rent of the land that we could be using to fix streets or concessions, it's actually $100,000 worth of tax revenue that's paid into the airport. And I believe right now we have one person in North Huron using it. At one time, for many, many years, we didn't have anyone using it. For many, many years, we had everybody from outside of North Huron had a little place there. I'm not sure if you're aware that we're in negotiations with our neighbor Morris Turnberry, and the offer we put on the table is that we will supply them with water and sewer to the north side of Wingham on their land so they can develop industrial land in a tax base. On the south side, what we're asking back in return is that they hand over the ownership of the airport and the 400 acres, and actually 200 more that's with it out to the four corners. So a total of 600 acres. 400 of that North Huron owns, okay? And it's in Morris Turnberry. So what we're suggesting is, because we own the land, if you were to give that over to us in return, we could then build industrial, commercial, and residential on the 600 acres. It's a prime location. And North Huron has paid $1 million to have the water and sewer out there, so it's a perfect fit for all of us. They have the water and sewer to the north, and they can hook into it right away and start helping people like the Greens. We would have that 600 acres out there for our growth, to help our tax base. Just a win-win all the way around. Not costing either one of us a penny. Not a penny. Not losing a penny on taxes or anything. Perfect setup. you're suggesting to sell it, but I'm not sure if you knew we had that on the table, because if we keep that for right now, and we did make that deal, then we can really move ahead. On the other hand, if we were to sell the chunk in the middle of it, and I'm not sure how much we're talking about in acreage, that all of a sudden inhibits us from doing what we want to do as far as any growth. At the same time, even the fact if we sell the airport, at this point in time, I believe, and maybe Trevor could help me here, our city council asked Morris Turnberry for
An airdrome.
yeah, and so that nobody could build a silo at the end of the airport. But they never gave it to us. They said, no, we're not interested. We didn't even do that. So right now, if you're to sell that airport, somebody could stick a silo, and I know it sounds funny, but it actually happened down by Sarnia. You could stick a silo up at each end and the airport would be useless. So having said that, you've suggested that we sell it, but I'm not sure if you knew the proposal that was on the table with our neighbors that we're trying to work out. And since this is going to be the next subject we talk about, for the public that's listening in, could you just tell us your thoughts on it and how you came to your conclusion, et cetera, et cetera?
Through your worship, and with respect to proposals that were put forward, this is information that, to my knowledge, wasn't provided to us. So, with that being said, though, in terms of the airport, the opportunity looks at its closure. In some case, its closure, not necessarily, you know, when we talk about divesting yourself of this asset, it's one of two things. One is, first of all, it's, you know, the opportunity there is to close it, which then still means that you keep the asset. To the again, sort of looking at that incremental approach again, whereas you could then ultimately sell it if there's no need for it. So to the extent that you're in negotiations with your neighbors as to this potentially being as part of a land swap, obviously selling the asset doesn't make much sense. But to that extent, operating the airport is still a question as to whether or not council wants to be in the business of providing operating dollars.
Thank you very much, because as the council is well aware, I'm not interested in running, as a Reeve, and just speaking on the Reeve's behalf only, I'm not interested in running an airport. There is no profit. At one time, we all had to go to meetings, and the airport was put there specifically for Mr. Levan, who built the foundry out there. But I think we're all starting to realize that we don't have to, we can just do it this way now a lot. So the world is changing, and we have to change with it. So thank you very kindly for that, and I do agree with you, we should just simply leave the airport closed from the Reeves desk. Anyone else like to speak to anything? Go ahead, Kevin.
Thank you, Reeve. Several places in your report there, you keyed on the accessibility that we've applied for grants and subsidies from the government being lower than most other municipalities. I wonder if you could tell or elaborate on that a little bit. Is there certain areas? Is it environmental grants? Is it operating grants? What are we? If you could break that down, what are we not going after successfully?
Through your worship, this is what it sort of gets back to what I was talking about with respect to point in time analysis. So this is analysis based upon information that you provided the province with in 2018. So to that extent, with respect to grants and success rates, that's akin to looking behind the curtain. You know, if this was the Wizard of Oz, you're looking behind the curtain. In a lot of cases, I really wish I could provide you with a definitive answer as to success rates with respect to grants. Unfortunately, that sort of involves another part, being the province of Ontario, who in some cases will provide grant dollars to municipalities. In other cases, they don't view your application as high as they view others. It's a competitive-based approach. I could speak to that subject for hours and bore everyone with my opinions on that, but I digress. So again, this is where we saw, you know, in terms of point in time. So to be perfectly honest, we don't have that multi-year analysis contained inside the report to say that this is an ongoing trend.
So it didn't signal out any one portion of government
No.
that we weren't maybe possibly not looking at?
No.
Thank you very much. Anyone else? Well, not seeing any more hands. Would the staff have any questions, concerns, or comments on what took place? Go ahead, Donna.
Yes, thank you, Reed. So I guess to follow some of the comments that were made, so it was a good process for us to go through, so we really appreciate all your work on that. And some of the struggles we came up with was finding exact comparators, because that's exactly how staff have promoted things to council, is that for a place our size, with what we offer, is not easily compared to anywhere else. And so then that's why our tax rates, the cost per residential taxes and other taxes, and things like the number of staff, the number of buildings and such, is not easily compared to someone else. So you can't look at other municipalities with a 5,000 or under population and think we're the same, because we're completely different. So that was something I think we had those discussions on, and as I said, I just wanted to reiterate that point. Again, as Councillor Deputy Reeve Syke reported, we're not surprised about a lot in the report, but possibly comforted by the fact that we think we're on the right track, and that we've had, the things that we report to council, can verify basically that we're headed in the right direction. So that does make us feel much better for sure that we're on target. And I guess the main thing is this is preparing us for step 2. So there is more funding available, and is in a small municipality, the two things we lack are enough staff resources and enough dollars to implement these types of things. So the report will give us a good base. There is the next round of funding, and so this report will certainly, I think, go a long way in order to be able to help us to be successful in the next rounds of funding, because we have the proof or the backup to be able to justify that. So we do really appreciate that from our point of view as well. So yes, it was a long process, and as I said, a lot of hours on telecalls and Skype and whatever. But anyway, I appreciate that. So thank you.
And if I may as well, thank you to you and Kirsten and Dwayne and all of the other staff who participated in the sessions. We found your candidness and willingness to work with us was really great, and helped us put this all together within the time frames that we were aiming for. So thank you.
This, through your worship and for members of council, for your information, this was, as to Donna's comment, a lengthy process. This was a requirement to redivert resources away from core functions to talk to consultants for a few months, which can be tedious at the best of times. So we do, again, just to echo Katie's comments, really want to acknowledge the time and the effort and the energy that your staff have invested in this. We couldn't have done this without their support and their expedience to responding to questions and requests for information. I will say, given how many reviews that we're working with across the firm, was quite high. Whereas some of our other municipalities aren't responding to us by any means with the same sort of urgency, as well as with the completeness to that. So once again, thank you to them, and to the township for providing us with this opportunity to conduct the review for you.
Well, thank you very much. I'm going to go over to Kirk.
Okay. With respect to page 43, you've outlined one opportunity for a maintenance fee for the building department. How many other municipalities have implemented such a fee, and is that fee brought in through the Building Code Act, or is that more of an administrative fee that municipalities?
Through your worship, the application of a maintenance fee it's varied. It's not something that you consistently see across the board. Some municipalities will and some will not. Some don't, in some cases, want to pursue it because they see it as just as another task, and some it is another administrative duty, but others will apply that with the intention not so much to generate cash, but to get people to close permits out. So it's more of a housekeeping measure as to, so to your point, you're under the code, you're allowed to operate at full cost recovery. This is another aspect where you can justify the fee through the act. However, it's something that is typically an administrative charge, whereas if you want to keep a permit open for longer than a year, you know, it's an additional $100, $200 to the municipality. It also gives you the ability then to sort of say, okay, it's been 12 months, where are you at? If it's done, great. You can close it out and it can move off into a different category inside your systems. So it's really what some municipalities have implemented to try to keep an eye on open permits. As you can imagine, some municipalities, particularly those with growth, as they start to look at how many open permits they have, it can become somewhat nightmarish. So.
Kevin?
Thank you, Reeve. I have a question either to Dwayne or the staff supervisors. In the report, as you mentioned earlier in there, about the ability of an IT or human resources addition. Does staff agree with that assumption that would be something that would be beneficial and smoothing out the operations as they've indicated in their, just yes or no, if you agree with it, that's fine.
Yeah, through your worship. So from an HR perspective, certainly, and we had put some money into the 2020 budget to look at a shared services arrangement for human resources. COVID kind of took its effect, and subsequently here we are. But from a staff's perspective, we certainly see a need for, we haven't identified a need for a full-time person, but we have identified a need for at least a part-time individual. From an IT perspective, we currently have a contract with a third-party provider. That's something I think at some point that we, in terms of we'll look at that. There's been some growing pains with that. Partly, I think, though, is in terms of because we had that service in-house, we had that expertise in-house, and we went to a third party. So every IT provider has their own way of doing things, and so for the first, I would say year and a half or so, there was some bit of growing pains. I think things have got better, but just going back in terms of through the second round of funding, and I'm not sure what Chaz or Katie, if you have any thoughts or comments on this, but depending on where we go with the service delivery review, you could look at hiring or bringing in somebody to do a third-party review of IT in terms of looking at the systems and the processes. And that is, there are firms out there that do that. And unless things change, the eligibility projects for the phase 2, the indications are that we could make an application to undertake that review of the IT. I don't know if you...
Yeah, through your worship. To that point, our understanding of the municipal modernization program was that it was structured to be a 3-intake program. Intake 1 sort of providing dollars for this type of work. In subsequent intakes 2 and 3 are going to be real pertaining to implementation. So this opportunity such as that, I think to the point of your CAO, would potentially align with the provincial's objectives with intake 2 about going a little deeper and doing more of an implementation type of review with respect to information tech.
Thanks. I'm going to let Vicky follow up on that first, then we'll go to Trevor.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through Your Worship to Councillor Faulkner's question. From a excuse me, from a staff perspective, as one of the departments that has a large staff component and is about to grow even larger with the addition of daycare services, I strongly agree with the fact that we do need HR support. The legislation is changing, and the legislative changes, you need someone who can stay on top of those legislative changes, but also look after our staff, their needs and questions. That is taking up quite a bit of time from the supervisors, the managers, and the directors and things there, and help us in ensuring that we're in compliance with the changes and things, and or whatever's required. In terms of IT, I'm just speaking on behalf of Recreation Department, specifically the complex. We have a lot of needs there in terms of the systems that are in place for online registration, for the different software packages, the security system, the access system, the card swipe system in the building up there for members to go and access different areas and things like that. The systems don't always run smoothly. They are aging too, and so there's lots of calls that are having to be made to the third-party provider. And because we don't have someone who is on staff, sometimes that means that we are down. And then we have to change our processes in order to deal with that until they can come and repair it. So it's not the most efficient in some ways. And I can speak as in most recently, we were down at the front desk for 2 days. Because we're not their only customer, you know, and that's the thing. So it's something we have to weigh with, you know, our delivery of services and programs and things. But when something like that happens, it does cause us to drop things, to have to deal with this and change our processes until we can get something repaired.
Go ahead, Deputy Reeve, second.
Yeah, so the HR component is not new. I don't think it definitely isn't new to Dwayne as he came into when he came into the municipality. The HR function, I don't suggest that we've ever done really well here, just because that's been the function of somebody else doing another function. They haven't been dedicated, so it's a piece of side of your corner of your desk, and hope you don't get any employee complaint or any issue that might resonate to an exorbitant amount of cost. So I can agree with that. The shared service arrangement for HR is in my opinion, is the ideal approach to go, just because we're not big enough to support a full-time HR generalist. As it relates to IT is the same boat. We had an IT person, but he didn't do IT completely. That person did clerk work. He had a number of different tasks, health and safety, and a number of different tasks in his portfolio, which when he left, ultimately we couldn't provide an IT 100% of the time. So ultimately it was a struggle to find what that was. So that was why the consultant approach was taken. Would it be important to now look at both of those approaches and find out if there's jobs that we have in the municipality that can commingle? The problem is to find somebody who has all those benefits as well as IT is going to be a real challenge, because you usually are an IT person or you're something else. You're not an IT person and a little bit of HR and health and safety, and unless you're going to train somebody to do that. And so, you know, it may be approach where, you know, shared service arrangement with those types of things may be an issue as well. So I think I think, you know, based on the conversation that we've done in-house and now consultation with IT, that is absolutely one that needs to be reviewed again, that says, what are the cost benefits? What do we need to do to make sure this works? And, you know, we have had, you know, we've got 2 successes right in this room about shared services. Like, we have success stories right in this room about shared services. We just need to have more conversations and bring on, you know, the County of Huron and those other lower tiers to say, here, we're all in the same boat. Let's call a spade a spade. We're all in the same problem with when it comes to HR and IT. We're not all big enough. So the smaller municipalities in the 9 that don't have an HR person, need to have some conversations together as it relates to that, because I can guarantee when it looks at, if you look at all 9 municipalities in lower tier, surely to God, you can have enough IT work and HR work to satisfy the job requirement of somebody in that role. And not have a concern about it. But I think you're absolutely right. Staff has made that comment. Dwayne, I know, has made that comment before, that we need to, that those are processes that we need to look at.
Thank you. Carson would like to speak to this.
Yeah, so just as it relates to IT, so as we touched base on previously when we were talking about the restructuring of the front office, so the report did make a recommendation of where IT kind of fits, and we've kind of moved IT away from Dwayne under myself more now. And just for the benefit of council, we completely acknowledge that there's not full-time hours for IT, but what in the initial discussions that we've had with Continuit, what we've been working on is trying to build up our capacity here. So some of the things we would normally have to call a third party for in the past, we're trying to build up that capacity so that we can easily do those things here as well, right? So whether it's a simple thing such as the phone, like restructuring the phone system, or stuff like that, because of the transition and it's still playing itself out, we were required to instantly pick up the phone or send an email to support to get those things addressed. We're looking to be able to do more of those in-house, some of the kind of more standard things, so that we do have the internal capacity that in an ideal world, when the phones are down, we can address some of those issues here, and then hopefully get away from the need to rely on the third party so much. And I guess the other point that I want to make is, for a little while still, you are still going to see the effects of that transition. We have been working with Continuit to align with their other municipal providers, and as Dwayne mentioned previously, that's one of the problems. Is what you'll see is every IT does things a certain way, so things take a little more time right now because things are still trying to transition to the way that works best for Continuit to align with the other municipalities they provide, where, for example, some of the programs that we have for whether it's server backups or something like that are different than what's being used by Continuit with their other municipalities. So there are certainly things in the works that are in an ideal world will make us more efficient, but just for the benefit of council, that's kind of where we're at with that.
We're going to follow that up with a comment from Vicky,
Thank you, Your Worship.
or maybe questions.
It's just more a comment, but just on that and things, the other thing to keep in mind when we're talking about positions and becoming more efficient and things like that is, as we become more computerized, the need for IT increases. And that's something that we need to take into consideration, whether it's bringing on the new website. That's going to require some maintenance. There's all these different things. We're bringing on new recreation software. There's all these different things that are occurring. Even with our records management and things, and all of this requires someone to look after. There's backups. There's all kinds of things that go on behind the scenes, as well as the phone systems. I can't tell you how many times the phone system goes down over at the complex because it's just a constant thing there. I've resolved to the point that it's a ghosting system and things, but there's constantly issues with our systems and things that need to be looked after. Pen pads, updates to the computers, the laptops, desktops, servers. It's across the board. So the need is growing as we become more computerized. The other thing I just wanted to comment on is I've heard the comment made a couple times here about we don't have the need for a full-time HR person. Coming in as an outsider, I've been here a couple years now and things, there's things that are being done by staff, administrative staff that really should be done by the HR person that could be transferred over that position, like maintaining records, employment contracts, things like that, as well as, we just recently discussed, the legislative changes about part-time staff, and vacation time. We have to track part-time staff's vacation time now as well. So there's a lot of things that are coming on board that we need to consider. Payroll is looked after, in the finance department. That could become, something that an HR person does, as well as benefits, management and things like that. But another point though too is that you'll see in some municipalities and things is that health and safety goes with HR quite often. So I know our new clerk is, and with the recent restructuring, but also with all the things we've been dealing with and trying to deal with communications and planning, and you know, the growth that we're experiencing and demands we're experiencing, his plate is quite full. He's having to do a lot of juggling and things, so health and safety may be something that you want to consider in the future if and when you are looking at an HR.
You're fine with me.
Yeah, I know, but seriously, again, and again, just touching on that, it's the changes, it's things are becoming more regulated and legislated, and we need to ensure we're in compliance. So, thank you, Marcia.
I'll just follow up a bit with that. Yes, compliance is very, very important for keep us out of lawsuits, and I'll bet you the CEO could have conversations at the CEO meeting at the county level with other CEOs about shared services. Anyway, carrying on. Any other questions, comments, concerns from anyone? Not seeing any, I want to thank Chaz and Chase and Katie for coming out. We appreciate the long journey you made to get here. We are right in the middle of everywhere, as you've gone from one end to the other. And thank you very much for all the work you've done. And I'm sure council is so happy to hear that our staff was quite cooperative. And it was a good learning experience, and it is a living document that we will move forward with. So, thank you very much.
Bernie, I guess for
Thank you, guys.
for direction for staff, like, is there anything you guys want us to bring back? Or, like, so as Dwayne said at the beginning, basically, it's open for wherever you guys wanna go. Whether you want us to bring back additional information, whether there's things you want us to move on right now. I guess, basically, you have the report in front of you, so from staff's perspective, any direction you wanna provide us would be good direction at this point. And obviously, under the report section, there's the airport report, so that could be a different discussion. But anything else from the report that you'd want to provide direction to staff on, we can certainly make note of that.
So I'll throw that out. It doesn't have to be today. You've got time. I mean, this is a long document. We need time to think about. We've had a chance now to hear from the authors of the long document, so you have time to think about it. But again, maybe before our next council meeting, if there's any concerns, I will throw out that I would like to see the airport closed and not put up for sale at this point until we've finished our discussions with our colleagues over at Morris Turnberry. I think it would be in long-term beneficial to us. We can always sell it another day. Is there anything anybody would pointed out there that they would like to? I'm going to start with Chris, Paul, and then I believe Trevor had his hand up.
Yeah, Chaz and Katie, you brought up where we have departments sharing a function, parks. I think it'd be good for us to have reports from each of the departments that kind of give their views of how it's going and how each of them could see how it needs to be more efficient, you know, whether I went that way or I went that way. You know, I think as council, we need to know the feelings. Like, we can't just say, well, it should all go this way. I mean, we can't say that. But we need this information.
Thank you, and he's documenting it. I'll give him a second, Paul.
Okay. I'd just like to have time to digest what we've just taken in the last hour. As you say, bring it forward in the next meeting. I'd really appreciate that. You gave us a lot, so.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
Bit of a fire hose approach, if you will.
What we could do is put it on, I guess, for the benefit of council. So what, if that's what you guys are wanting to do, we could, in the other business section of the November 2nd council meeting, we could put service delivery review recommendations on there, and basically under that other business section, you guys would be able to have a discussion on the recommendations now that you've and that way you'll have time to kind of digest what Chaz and Katie have said to you today.
That's a great idea. Trevor?
So part of my thoughts was that was the intention of today's meeting. That's why we gave the report to council 3 weeks before, so that we could review the report, have some comments to it as it relates to KPMG's thought process through the report. But from that, provide recommendations as to what staff are looking, because some of these are gonna have budget implications, probably all of them. I personally don't think, from anything as it relates to operational, like anything that was documented in KPMG's report as operational, that has nothing to do with me as a counselor. That's something that staff and CAO should be having discussions at senior management about. It has nowhere should I say to council or to staff, though I think parks should all be done in direction or public works versus recreation. You guys figure that out. It has nothing to do with me. Policy wise, we need to decide on, we need to have a discussion or at least a solution about service, the alternative services model. That's policy driven discussion that I think we've had. We've got the airport on our list with the next report that's going to be talked about. I think we need to make a decision on what we're going to do with that when we get to that report. I think there's the other thing I think that we have, in my personal opinion, I believe that we should send the recommendation from the KPMG report as it relates to the museum, send it to the committee. Send it to the committee for their review, their thoughts, their perspectives. What do they don't like about it? What do they do like about it? Because in my mind, the operation of the museum, we've sent it to them to provide us a solution to operate the museum in a new location. But everything that we've been heard is one thing. It's the municipality's going to staff somebody there, and it's going to be a rotation. The artifacts are going to change. This is new information. I think the committee should look at it and look at to see whether that could work. It may not work. What is that? It is the committee of the recommendation, or the recommendation of that committee that's coming to council is determining whether the museum moves at all or it's closed. So I think ultimately, in my mind, that's where that decision should lie. No different than when we had the House and Dam Committee meeting. That recommendation came here. We've requested this committee to do work about operations. Where is it going to do? How is it going to look like? All that stuff. In my mind, that committee recommendation should come to council with a suggestion. Until we get that, I say the budget stays the way it is, because I don't think that's going to change in 2021. Like I don't see that committee coming back to council and a change during COVID in 2021 to change that service level. So from my perspective, those are the types of things that, if it's a committee related, if it's a committee related issue that's already on the table, I think we have to deal with that.
So if I may pick up there, thank you, Trevor. Paul, as the chairman of the committee for the museum, thank you. Are you fine with that? Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you kindly. Okay.
Yeah, and I think the other two options are, I know the two things that are in the report that KPMG's offered is, one is about policing. We can't do anything about that right now. We're in a contract. We're in a contract until the legislation either abolishes the contract or the contract gets ended. And do I agree exactly with what their opinion is? Absolutely, I agree with it. But we can't do anything about it at this point. So I think some of those recommendations that are in there, I think we have to take those recommendations and understand what that means and what year it's going to impact, and then take those. And I think staff can help provide clarity to council. But from what I've heard from the meeting for this, why we've waited this long, was staff wanted to know what they needed to deal with in 2021's budget Because if they're not gonna deal with it today, then 2021's budget's gonna go and come and go, and it's not gonna be included. So, I don't know, operationally, staff need to decide what they can do in 2021 and put that in the budget. That's a staff discussion. I don't think that's a council discussion. The service conversation, I think like you said, we're having the conversation today about the airport. We've sent that discussion, I think in my mind, we sent that recommendation back down to the museum committee for them to bring back. And then policing, I think, is what it is at this point. I can't recall the other one that's on the docket, but I think ultimately, those are the ones that had the biggest, those are the two that had the biggest big budget implications today, was the museum and the airport and the operationally of the operations. So unless I'm wrong, correct me if I'm wrong, staff, because I've read the report a couple of times, but that's what that's what in the council, that's why I envisioned when we took the meeting on the 5th and we moved it, or the 19th, and we moved it to today. Because we were going to provide that recommendation today, not wait another month. Because staff needed the budget now. Like they need to work on the budget now.
So, we can continue with that, but at the same time, we can bring that up under other business at the next council meeting.
For sure, yeah. Deputy Recyc is right. That was the intention of today, to kind of have that lengthy discussion without being constrained for time in a regular council meeting. And we are working through the budget process right now. So, I mean, as I'm sure the Director of Finance would say, the earlier the better for when we can get answers to those things. But I know one of the biggest things that needed to be addressed was the museum and the direction for that, because right now, basically, that committee is kind of just halted to see where council wanted to go with things. And a meeting is scheduled for November 5th right now, so I mean, we can definitely take that recommendation from the service delivery review report to that meeting, and I'm sure Vicky and Councillor Heffer will report back with kind of the feedback that's provided on that recommendation.
Okay, thank you kindly.
Reeve, I think the only other thing I wanted to mention is that I think based on some of the discussion that we've had today, I think it definitely a report as it relates to IT services needs to be completed. Like a report providing, understanding where we are now, where we've been, the future looking of what that looks like, and again, staff provide council understanding of whether we need to bring it back in-house, not bring it back in-house, whatever that case may be. I think that report needs to come at some point, because that is going to have budget implications, whether it be positive or negative, depending on if you remove the contract, and then, because there could be a savings, there may not be, I don't know.
Deputy Syke, would you follow up with that, with saying that also bring a report back from the CEO, and he has meetings with, at the same, just to make it one time, when he has conversations with other CEOs to see if there would be interested in other municipalities joining with us to put a picture together where it's financially feasible for somebody to take the job as well as having it.
Yeah, I think that report is all encompassing about what the options are, what opportunities do we have.
Yeah.
I think partially what I'm hearing though is there's a disconnect of us saying that we don't have enough work to people, maybe staff thinking we do.
Yeah.
So I think that, and I think I'm hearing it both not only on the IT side, but I'm also hearing it on the HR side.
Absolutely.
So I think what I'm hearing is if there's a disconnect between what, senior management have belief and what council believes, we need to conversate that into one discussion and figure out how we can maintain what that looks like.
Yeah, through your worship, so we're working with an HR consultant, and you're going to be receiving hopefully very soon new draft policies. And in doing so, we're also looking at a new payroll system where some of the stuff that's currently done manually is going to slip off. Hopefully, the plan is that will then be done electronically, which I think builds on Chaz's point in terms of that we're looking to, I'll call it, modernize some of our HR operations, but certainly there is identified need for HR assistance. So but we'll bring a report back.
Okay, thank you very kindly for that. Okay, again, going back to Chase and Katie, thank you very kindly for coming out. Thank you for all you've done for us. We do appreciate it. And we did it in good weather too, you noticed. No snowbanks.
No snow, hey.
Especially for the Sudbury guy. I appreciate
Snow tires
that.
go on Friday. so-
Thank you.
Thank you again.
Thank you, Trevor. Can you switch with me? I just have to.
Safe drive back.
Take care, thank you.
Take care, thanks. Okay, so we're gonna move on to 5.1, which is the Richard W. Levan Airport. Because this has, there's lots of discussion as it relates to the KPMG report. Now, I'm gonna go out a little different than what we've normally done in the past, where we, recommend the motion, and then get a first or a second, and have a discussion, because there could be lots of discussion that changes the motion, in my mind. So I'm going to, out of thoughts here, and I'll take council's direction if they think it's wrong that I'm doing this, but I'm gonna get Jamie to discuss the report, and the report that she's gonna provide, before I get the motion to accept the report. Any issues with that from council? Jamie?
Thank you. So the report that I have pretty much goes over the operations of the airport. And it's being presented today in combination with the service delivery review, as it does make recommendations to divest from the airport. So to provide you some background, the airport is situated on 448-acre parcel of land. It is comprised of 77 acres of airport, 235 acres of agricultural land, and 136 acres of the woodlot. Attached to the report were two other reports from 2016 and 2018 that were the history and the background of the airport, which were feasibility studies. One was internal by the previous rec director, and the other one was from Huron County Economic Development, I believe. As part of the discussion today, going through the operations of the airport, there is one part-time employee that currently works out there, and they just go out to make sure that everything's all right. Public Works still does clear off the helicopter pad for Orange. And then, not this year, but hopefully next year, the cadets will resume their flying lessons or gliding lessons, which is usually just one day a week for a few months in the summer. The airport currently has a number of agreements in place, which includes the Air Cadet Agreement and Apex helicopters as well, that rent out for 2 hangars. There is no longer fuel sales at the airport. That was discussed last year, and that stopped occurring. In the report, it does present the motions that council passed for the fuel sales, as well as the options discussed in the airport feasibility studies in 2016 and 2018. Some of the options for consideration are to continue the operation of the airport without fueling services, because they're available in other airports in Goderich, Hanover, Kincardine, and Owen Sound. Lease or purchase a car, no, I don't think the card lock system is feasible at this time. It's very expensive for the amount of fuel that is sold. But we could look into selling fuel once again if you so wish. Develop a long-term plan to actively build the airport. This would kind of go back to the economic report from 2018 from Carroll County. Look for partnership opportunities for the operation of the airport. This could include arrangements with organizations, and due to the fuel, if we decided to have that again, we would need to discuss some site requirements with Morris Turnberry for that. Like KPMG suggested, divest of the asset. This would involve the severance and sale of the airport to an entity interested in operating a private airport facility, sell the agricultural and natural environment lands. At face value, this would constitute an immediate source of cash flow revenue. However, the full long-term costs of operating the airport and capital improvements would be entirely borne by North Huron ratepayers. For this reason, it is operationally prudent to only consider this option after divesting of the airport facility. And then and the final option would be to sell the agricultural natural lands and reduce the site to a heliport only. This would provide services for Orange and Apex, depending on what their requirements are. There are also financial impacts written within the report. They vary in there, and the cost of operating the airport is largely offset through the lease of agricultural land and occasionally by harvesting of the woodlot, which will be occurring probably next year. It is due to be completed again. So the $68,000 towards the airport annual operating cost would usually leave a deficit of approximately $20,000 per year. The practice of applying the agricultural lease revenue to the operation of the airport was brought forward by the airport committee back in 1995, and any of the operational deficit is then funded by North Huron ratepayers. The 136 acres of forested area, which was harvested in 2006, had a net revenue of $199,000, which aided in repairing the airstrip. So possibly we would be able to acquire similar funds next year once the woodlot has been harvested, which could be put towards, again, operational costs. So future options would be to, depending on what council decides they would like to do, it would then impact what types of financial, I don't know what the right word would be, financial impacts would be to the township. So if your option is to divest in the asset, there would be terminations for the agreements that the township right now holds with Apex and possibly Orange as well. So in the agreements, it states that the township would, one, purchase of the hangars at fair market value, purchase of the hangars at depreciated capital cost, or even the agreement on in the event that agreement on fair market value cannot be reached, the cost or physically removing the structure shall be shared by both the tenant and the landlord. So we would have to move those hangars for them. So I'm gonna stop there and let you guys discuss those options and what you wanted to move forward with.
So because as I read the actual requested motion here, it really is gonna require another motion after this motion, because it really doesn't, it really have to be amended, because it doesn't really give staff any direction as to what they want. So let's first of all, Reed, do you want to switch back? It's fine by me either way.
No, you go ahead, you can finish that.
So maybe because it's gonna need adjusted anyways, why don't we get some comments from council? Kevin, did you have Councillor Faulkner?
Yeah, through you, Deputy Reed, to Jamie. Do you know what, if we close the airport, well, basically we've got it closed now, but if we stop to maintain it for any length of time, because it is under jurisdiction of the federal government, the aerodrome, if there would be additional costs if we were to reopen it. Right, would all those permits that we had to get an airport, would they cease to exist? And in the future now, like maybe there are more requirements for aerodromes now than there were when this was first implemented, and possibly just being grandfathered along. Just for, well, I'll get that question answered first.
Through Deputy Reed site to Councillor Faulkner, I am not sure regarding whether we were to remove any of our licenses or other requirements or things that we have in place. If we were to then want to reopen it as an airport, I know we can put them on hold, and if that's something that route instead might be beneficial, if it is considered, or if it's a thought that maybe you do want to go back and open that back up as an airport instead of just terminating those things altogether. That would be an option. The basis for that question was we have no idea as to the future of development out there. If at such time that we did have access to industrial land out there, whether that would be something that would be of a benefit to going forward in bringing commerce to that area. That's good. Yeah, I don't think of it. I'll end there for now. Thank you.
Is there any other questions from councillors? Councillor Heffer?
Yes, through you, Deputy Reed. I was just curious, this question is for Dwayne. Has anybody offered to want to buy the airport over since you've come into play here at the municipality?
Yes, so we have had contact, but just in terms of just the airport lands, not the entire property. Whether or not the seriousness of the inquiry, I can't speak to. I just know that there was an interest expressed and asking if the municipality would be interested. And the response from staff was to bring that to council, and that party has not obviously or presented to council as expressing that interest. So again, I can't speak to the seriousness of it. But just going, if I could, back to Councillor Faulkner, my personal thought in terms of if council was interested in divesting of the airport from a saleable perspective, I think it'd be in best interest in terms of we would maintain the airport. You could sever the airport itself from the agricultural land. The agricultural land could be sold separate from the airport. But I would suggest that you want to continue that airport, all the licenses and the permits and all that sort of stuff, from the standpoint that if you do have an individual who's serious about acquiring that airport, they're not gonna be interested in acquiring it if it doesn't come with the licenses and the permits. So from that perspective, I wouldn't suggest that we relinquish any permits or close down the airport in its entirety. And further to that, just in terms of the orange piece does service the community as a whole. So if you were to decide to sever the agricultural land from the airport and you did sell the airport lands in terms of the 77 acres separate from the 235 or 136 acres, that you would make arrangements, I would suggest that that Orange would continue to have, that would be part of that sale agreement, whereby that heliport or the helipad would, that they would be responsible to maintain it and provide that service. And then in terms of whether or not there's any financial compensation around that, that's something that, you know, could be discussed at the time, if that was the desire of council. But certainly the Orange and the heliport pad certainly serves a broader community interest. I think in terms of the airport itself, the activity on the airport as of recent has been very, very low. I think it's 38, I think I read in Jamie's report, 38 flights. And going back to the Ree's point, I mean, I can't speak specifically, you know, in terms of how many are North Huron, but, you know, and, you know, in terms of, again, it goes back to that recreational aspect. As I understand, and there's been people here who've been here longer than me, the airport was originally established from a business, commercial, corporate perspective. And, you know, I guess the question is, does the airport still, which supports the local economy, and I understand that. And I mean, and I've heard comments made that, you know, we need to keep the airport to support the local economy, but is it supporting the local economy? I mean, it's costing North Huron dollars, and if it's supporting the local economy, certainly I would suggest it's justified. But if we don't have businesses or corporations where it's supporting the local economy, or are you, again, subsidizing or supporting people's recreational interests, which goes back to the earlier discussion we had regarding things like the trailer park. So I'll just throw that out there and for thought.
Any other questions, Councilor Bailey? Go ahead.
So I would pick up on that. As I've said, I don't think the municipality of North Huron is big enough to be in the airport business. And I think there is opportunity there if we can make a deal with our neighbors, which would be a great deal for all of us. I don't have a problem with selling the airport. Whether we sold the airport or not is immaterial, because it's still going to be something that if we did take the land over, that somebody else is running, and that's the whole idea. We want industry to be there, we want residential to be there, we want highway commercial to be there. So it's not gonna change anything if we did reach out and see if whoever's interested in it was seriously interested in it, or put it up for sale, however we have to do that legally. But the rest of the land, the agriculture land, I think we should hold on to for at least a year. If we haven't made a deal in a year, sell it. Let's be honest, it's in Morris Turnberry, it should be, we should divorce ourselves from it. We should take the money that we get from that, selling that land, and we should buy a plot of land on the edge of Blythe that's for sale, and a plot of land on the edge of Wingham that's for sale, in East Wawanosh, which is North Huron. And the taxes then go to North Huron as we build. No more building outside of our community if deals cannot be struck. So I personally would have no problem with following up on, as long as we're not gonna get into $100,000 cost, figuring out what it's gonna cost to sell it. And if somebody wants to buy it, put an offer in on it, see if it's a reasonable offer. We have no air protection for them. That is not our jurisdiction. They have to know that up front. We have that money sitting in the bank and we can do what we want with it. But keep the agriculture land around it. Do not sell it off yet.
Councilor Palmer.
Yeah, Deputy Reeve, I echo our Reeve's comments. Yeah, I would think we should divest ourselves of the airport proper. 77 acres. And as far as the farmland, you know, the rent that we would receive there's an economic bonus there. So we would be making money every year as opposed to like the taxes that would have to be paid. But again, it's money in the bank. It could be sold at any time. If we needed the dollars for some project, great. It's just money in the bank, and it just seems like a smart idea for us.
Any other councillors that want to, Councillor Faulkner?
Thank you, Deputy Reid. Just a comment. It's, yes, it's an expenditure. The airport is an expenditure. We can save money by not maintaining it during the off season, the snow removal and such like that. I do agree with the orange being a very large component of safety in our community, of them continuing use on it. For what it's cost, what the upkeep cost of it with not having to plow it anymore, it's just a piece of pavement out there that will always be out there until it needs replacing or repair. But I think it's an asset for the next 2 years as we go forward with our vision of what could be done with that property. I think it's more of a plus than a minus, that piece stay with that property just for now, until we do have more confirmed commitment of what our future holds with that property. I just think that expands the possibilities. I think if we were to divest ourselves of that property, we would be hindering ourselves going forward, just in the short term, because I don't think the future of that piece of property is clear yet as to making a decision of this magnitude on an asset that really isn't going to cost us that much if we stop maintaining it. It's just our taxes that we have on the property is not going to change much. If you take 77 acres off of 400, it really isn't going to drop the tax rate that we have to pay the more term rate. So just for the near future, I would be in favor of just ending the maintenance of it during the winter time. We have people that use it without having to have any maintenance. The RC Jets come in there. They were talking about expanding last year to if we would allow them to bring in camping on site, they could make it twice as big. And 2,600 glider landings and takeoffs from that thing is quite a large amount for the Air Cadets to have to find somewhere else to do that. Since they do rent that, they do pay us approximately $4,400 in 2019 to rent it. I think that would be a large expense on theirs to have to recoup other places, and we could actually lose the cadets if we had to move to a different aerodrome. That's just my opinion on it.
I'll go with Councillor Palmer and then Reid Bailey.
Yeah, thank you, Deputy Reid. I guess the ghost in the closet for me is it's still a registered airport, and Jamie just left, but it's to Jamie.
Computer died.
Do we know when it's life expectancy of the pavement? Like when Transport Canada comes along and says, okay, thou shalt replace or whatever, resurface? Like I'm concerned about that. I don't want to have that surprise, because that would be an expense, huge expense.
It's in the report.
Do we know when? I
It's in the
didn't
report.
see it, didn't see it. Someone know?
So
Sorry.
the life expectancy of the runway.
It depends. So on use and like the amount of traffic on it. So the heavier the traffic, the more it's used, then the quicker it will need to be replaced.
Okay.
So asphalt usually has a life expectancy of 25 years, 25 to 30 years. So if you do
if the airport all of a sudden starts to get very busy and there's more flights in there, then it might need to be closer to the 25 end, or if it isn't or stays consistent, then maybe the 30, 35 year kind of time frame. But depending on what asphalt costs in the next 20 years, it might be a significant amount of money that will need to be invested.
Just to follow up on that, it's not a cost we need to worry about in the next 2 years.
No, it's not.
It's not a cost that this council is not gonna have to deal with. Sorry, you're
Vicky first. and then I'd
providing
like to
Vicky,
speak.
okay, Vicky, go ahead.
Through you, Deputy Reeve, I just wanted to comment on the RC Jets comment that Councillor Faulkner brought forward about their expansion and camping out there. North Huron does not have the rights to, or permission, we don't have the rights to allow camping out there because it's in Morris Turnberry, and Morris Turnberry does not allow, it's not zoned or permitted to allow camping on that site.
So one of the concerns that has been brought out, and Reed Bailey's brought it up a couple of times, staff have brought it up at any time. Anything that we want to do at that location is all required to be gone through Morris Turnberry. It's Morris Turnberry's land. It's in Morris Turnberry, it's our land, but it's in Morris Turnberry, so we have to follow the regulations and rules of Morris Turnberry. So part of the concerns is that has been discussed multitude of times by Reed Bailey. It's been multitude of times from staff about what people want. People think that they come to us and request something and we can just apply it and allow it. But we are required to follow the rules of the municipality that land is under. So we own it, yeah, but we are renting it to those people. It's no different than anything else. We have to follow those rules. Councillor Faulkner, do you have something else?
Yeah, just an information. It's interesting that they don't allow camping on the airport property in Morris Turnberry, where it's been indicative of the last 2 years that I've watched the RC planes there, that camping has been on the farm next to it in Morris Turnberry.
But it's a residential property.
The farm property, that's
correct.
But you're saying that they don't allow camping in, is it just because it's an aerodrome, or
That's
just they don't
correct.
allow it in their township?
Through you, Deputy Reeve, it's because it's the airport.
The airport is zoned a certain way, which doesn't
Yes.
allow camping.
Could they camp on the farm property? Portion of that?
It's private though. I mean, residential private makes a difference.
Sorry,
Well,
Councilor,
there's
you're
400
talking
acres.
the camp on the agricultural land that we own.
Yeah.
That's a discussion they've never asked, and that's a
I was
conversation.
just wondering whether it was just because it was airport, or whether I just found it was, I thought maybe it was just because they weren't allowing camping on it when they allow it next door on their own property.
No, through Deputy Syfe, it's because it's an airport, and
What if the airports are closed?
it's the zoning.
Okay,
It has to do with the zoning
okay, thank you.
and things, so, yeah, and then in terms of the agricultural land, I'm sure
The farmers would have a problem with
yeah,
that.
the farmers would have an issue with that.
Reed Bailey?
So I'd just like to follow up with my colleague here next to me. I agree with him as far as whether we sell or keep the airports immaterial. If we want to keep it, I'm fine with that. I think it's a great, again, because we're hoping to someday turn that into, and again, if we don't do it shortly, it's not gonna happen, but for the purpose of this year, I suggest we leave it as status quo. And if somebody steps forward and wants to buy it, we'll have a look at the airport itself, we'll have a look at that if somebody does step forward. But I'd appreciate if we just leave everything as status quo, giving our neighbors a little more time to come forward and see if they would be interested in what I call the fairest deal that's ever been done on the face of the earth. And if not, then we should divest ourselves of it. That's all there is to it, because it is not North Huron, it is Morris Turnberry land, so we need to divest ourselves from it within a year, and we can have that discussion another day. So if that can help things kind of come to an end.
So, one thing I want to follow up here as we talk about divestiture. There's rules in place that require us to provide in order to take a proposal from anybody that's willing to buy that property, we have to declare it surplus. So we can't be doing two things at the same time. We can't be keeping it open and looking for proposals on the other hand. We either have to decide that it's surplus or we just decide that it's not. So let's come to a fruition of that arrangement, because we can't do one and think we're going to do one and it's fine that it's just sitting there not being used, but also warranting and making it well known in the public eye, oh, we're willing to take offers, because that's not transparency. We have to declare it being surplus first and then put the offer out there to be welcome for proposals. So I want to make sure council's aware of that, because I think we have to understand the transparency part of this operation is the most important part about when you sell a municipal asset. So that asset and I want to just say, I agree with every comment that has been made here today. The one thing that I would argue is we have to come under the understanding of that this has been a discussion for 4 years. We keep punting it down the road. We've punted it down the road 3 times. The council before it punted it down the road 5 times. The council before it probably punted it down to the previous council. One of the concerns I have is we're trying to make a decision dependent on some type of arrangement with another municipality. We're trying to make decisions that are ultimately, in my mind, should not impact what that decision is. If we're going to divest of the airport, whether there's commercial property out there or industrial land or whatever the heck it is, we still run it. We still run that airport, and it's going to cost us money. So unless you're going to tie development out there, to pay for that airport, you're not benefiting anything. Like, nothing's being benefited in North Huron, because the money is still going out the door to pay for the runway. And I will tell you right now, we have to do that runway. It's $2 million at least. And where is that money coming from? My personal opinion is that we've punted this down the road long enough. I have had more meetings about, what an arrangement we can make and whatever. I'm not seeing any fruition in those arrangements or any movement. We need to make decisions on what we can do based on the information we have today. And my opinion is we need to divest ourselves of that airport. For the betterment of our municipality, to have 35 people use it in a COVID year, even in a non-COVID year, I don't think it hit 100. So for somebody to come here and tell me it's spurring economic development, I don't see it. There's businesses out there, and I completely agree. Apex is a great business for this municipality, so I'm not disowning the fact that they run a business out of an airport. But they could then have the airport, buy it. You can have your cake and eat it too. You can sell all the fuel you want. I don't care. But we as a municipality, no different than the airport, or no different than the trailer park, we are not an airport community. We do not have an airport. We don't run it correctly. And it's not staff's problem. It is not an essential service to this municipality. So that's my comments to where we are. So do we have anybody else, Reeve Bailey? And then I'll go to Councillor Faulkner.
So do we have a motion on the table? Sorry, I was out of the room.
So there's no motion on the table, and the reason why there is no motion on the table is because I made an executive decision. There was going to be lots of discussion, and in no sense of having a motion and then having another motion. So
Absolutely.
Basically, I'm waiting for a motion from somebody. But I'll go to Councillor Faulkner first, and then we'll talk
I
about.
was going to put a motion on the floor.
Councillor Faulkner is asked to speak.
Yeah, I was going to put a motion on, propose a motion on the floor to direct staff to proceed with designating the airport as surplus, the airport proper as surplus.
So the airport property is surplus.
For the purposes of receiving offers, I'm assuming, right, you'd want
To
to capture.
divest ourselves of that property.
Yeah, you'd want to capture that.
We all understand that
So
it's
ju-
77 acres.
So well, after the clerk gets it, I'll make sure he reads it again so that we're all clear about what the motion is. And then I'll ask for a seconder.
And the thought process is just that might promote.
Interesting.
Yeah, and might promote the ideas of that property being used for industrial, it might make that, rather than making it all together, it could be done in steps. I believe, what Deputy Reeves said, what you just said, I agree with, so.
So I'll let the clerk read the motion as he's listened to what you said, Councillor Faulkner, and you can acknowledge whether it's correct or not.
Yep, and I guess just before I read the motion, the one point that I would make too is, I get the sense that council wants to see what the level of interest would be on someone buying the airport, and in order to get a true and accurate picture, as Deputy Reeve Stipe said, you have to go through that process of declaring it surplus. In my past experience, as a lot of time, members of the public don't necessarily know that they can approach the township and say, hey, I'd like to buy this, right? So if you're really looking to get a sense of what the level of interest out there is, you definitely want to declare the property surplus and advertise it kind of as a whole to see what the interest is.
Just one other point. I want to make sure I'm clear. Divesting it as surplus does not constitute sale for sure. Just so the people in the public who are watching today and the media who may be watching the front page news, it does not mean North Huron is selling it. It means North Huron is reviewing whether it's available to sell. That's the conversation that needs to be discussed. Clerk?
So the motion on the floor is that the Council of the Township of North Huron hereby receive the report of the Director of Public Works and Facilities dated October 19th, 2020 regarding the Richard W. Levan Airport for information, and further that Council consider this report in conjunction with the Service Delivery Review Report prepared by KPMG dated September 2020, and further that Council directs staff to proceed with the process of declaring the airport portion of the Richard W. Levan Airport lands as surplus for the purpose of divesting of the asset.
That was your motion.
Okay.
I
Okay, do I have a seconder?
Second.
Okay, Councillor McBurney seconds it. Just for a point of clarity, do we need to include, because if anything offered, then there's still gonna be a purchase and sale agreement that'll have to be drawn up, which will come to council as well, correct? If we get to that point.
Right.
I'm just talking about because of the helipad discussion.
So just in response, Deputy Reeve, so as far as essentially as you've indicated in terms of the property, this motion, if approved, would declare the property surplus, and that basically means that council is open to receiving offers on that 77 acres. But in terms of actually selling it, doesn't mean that it's for sale, it means that council is accepting offers on it. Council has to authorize a purchase and sale agreement for the actual sale. And as part of the purchase and sale agreement, things like the helipad, for example, can be addressed and considered should council decide to accept an offer that they have received. The other thing I'll maybe just add is in terms of when you're doing a purchase and sale, in terms of appraisal of that property, and I'll have to go back. I don't know if the clerk knows, but I know that we did have some properties appraised. I can't remember where that one in particular was appraised, but if not, we'll have to undertake to have that appraised, so that should you receive an offer, then you'll know whether or not that offer is representative of the value of the property. The appraised value, though, is not, that's something for council only, in terms of, that's not, that appraisal is not public information. It's, so when you receive an offer, you at least have some idea as to what the value of that property is. in terms of deciding should you wish to accept or not accept an offer that has been presented, so.
Okay, so I've got Councillor Faulkner moving, I've got Councillor McBurney seconding it, I have got Councillor Palmer that has a question or a comment.
Yeah, I'm sort of a stickler for words, and through you, Deputy Reeve. Clerk, you said airport lands. I'm not sure if that clarifies it well enough. It could be airport proper. Because we need to specify, make sure it's the 77 acres, and nobody thinks that the agricultural land is part of the surplus part, that's all.
Yeah, and so if the mover and the seconder are okay with that amendment, we can definitely make that amendment too. But the other thing that I'm thinking of too is if the property, I don't remember whether the property is merged as one. So in order to declare it surplus, you might need to sever the two portions of the property first, because then when you declare it surplus, you'd be advertising the legal description for basically the airport proper and not the agricultural land.
Sorry.
Right.
No, yeah, so yes, in terms of, the clerk is correct. You have authority under the Planning Act that you can basically, you have a survey done by an Ontario land surveyor, and then the municipality doesn't have to go through the severance process. You survey land, you register it on title, it's automatically two properties. You don't go through the severance process.
Reeve Bailey?
So just, I keep hearing the term 77 acres, so right now, on that 77 acres, would any of those acreages be farmed right now, which would mean they're not needed for the airport? Maybe it's only 60 acres? How did we determine the 77?
74.81.
Oh, 74.81. The 74.81, is there, have they growing anything on it, or is it strictly?
No, through your worship, just in terms of, so when you do the survey, the instruction to the surveyor would be to ensure that the lands that are severed to become, going back to Councillor Palmer's comment, airport property, that when that line is put in, that no agricultural land is included or minimal included as part of that parcel. So whether it's 74 or 77, but you're in that, ballpark-ish, you're in that area. The exact acreage will be determined when the survey is completed.
One final question. Will there be entranceways on the rest of the property if we sever that off? Because I do believe there's agriculture land in front of the airport itself, and there's one laneway, so would we be able to provide other entranceways into the remaining portions if we do that?
Yeah, so through you, Deputy Reeve, that is something that we'll have to look at, ensuring that the remaining parcel does have access.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So, sorry,
So
Councillor
this
Huffer?
question a bit earlier, also remember back years ago, there's a helipad out at Mr. Hoy's. So if that could be utilized again, to me it's closer to the hospital, it might free up, some of the things might have to be said about the helipad at the airport. It's just a thought, they used to land there for years. Just leaving that with you.
It's a possibility. I think ultimately, at the end of the day, I think it was used, and then it was being used for something else. And if I recall the discussion that has been had, that there has been no interest in relinquishing that land for any other purpose that I recall. But again, there's nothing hurting in asking. Okay, so I have.
So right now you have on the floor, Councillor Palmer has asked for an amendment to the original motion.
And I was just gonna go and ask Mr. Faulkner if he was okay with that amendment.
Yes.
Seconder is okay? Okay. Okay, I would prefer the clerk to read that again, please, thank you.
So the motion on the floor is that the Council of the Township of North Huron hereby receive the report of the Director of Public Works and Facilities dated October 19, 2020 regarding the Richard W. Levan Airport for information. And further, that council consider this report in conjunction with the service delivery review report prepared by KPMG dated September 2020. And further, that council directs staff to proceed with the process of declaring the airport proper portion of the Richard W. Levan Airport lands as surplus for the purpose of divesting of the asset.
Okay, I have a mover and I have a seconder. All those in favor of that motion? Carried. Okay.
What do you do? Use that little white thing behind me for a second. I'm just gonna get a little white before I change spots here. This? Yeah.
Let's just have a 5-minute break and give Donna time to set up and everybody ready to go.
Ball's being burst. Ball's being burst.
Okay, so so everybody knows that the video is running. Like that. Okay. Did you get a chance to speak to the senior chat? Yeah. Did you send it to me? I'll bring it up.
I think we'll just do that. I think you took
And then left drawer.
just when I
Yeah,
initially
me
got
too.
it, all these things went through my head.
Left drawer, yeah.
And I'm sure you guys have thoughts as well. So I wonder just as far as you suggested, or, you know, let's have a meet, let's meet next week. Let's pool the whole thought, because, I mean, there's pros and cons to different options around it. And one of the options that I said was, you know, if we were to decide to apply and just apply it. And, you know, they've been giving us $100,000. And in return for that, they've been getting all these discounts. And let's say they give us 25,000. So they give us 25,000, and in return they attach a string that says that all of our residents are going to get the discount. And it's like you're accepting less than that. Like, so I don't know if the answer is and the other thing is I feel like we're negotiating that schedule outside of the hospital.
Yeah. We're heading down that path. We have to make a stand before we get to talk about. That's our choice.
But it's clear that more standard features that they use are paid. You know?
Yeah.
We've had the residents getting
Honestly, doing that.
Considering everything, right?
We have to do this kind of stuff. So the fire department must get notification through our council. They can't use the cemetery, they can go to their own cemetery, get a permit. I mean, I know I can them stuff. You know, we want to go out.
Yeah, no problem.
And I'm not spying with partners, son, get the hell out.
Absolutely.
Make your own home, your own life, your own insurance, that's called doing a job. But you're not living in my basement.
Oh, no.
Yeah, so again, so that what I sent you was just kind of, my initial, that was one of the thoughts. I mean, there were a lot of them, but just as far as, I don't mind, you know, I know I have how you staff on it, just, again, because we're in the budget process, asking questions on one, I know, but the main response that
We were
that
talking
got
about
from staff was,
easing up those
start working on it, I don't like,
Kim was contacting
bring
public
things
health
forward.
to see if we could implement more passive screening. And, what
My thought is to bring
I mean, we're like, well, maybe we'll wait till January to do it because we're going to
because
start
again, there's pros
a
and
second,
cons.
kind of, programs.
And I think there's pros and cons
And
to
I'm
talk
like,
for
okay,
that.
that sounds good, you know, everything's good.
And I asked the question.
And I guess there was a bit of a
I didn't know
kerfuffle there last night.
but a month has gone by and
We had problems
So,
with
I see that as
the
a
parents trying to come in,
and then it was gonna slip.
it's one parent per, and we had parents, a parent with a little child.
Well, that's his.
That's why they've been so sensitive.
What, is that doing with everybody?
And they were trying to.
Well, that's why I wanted to
Are we
reach out.
being treated differently?
I wanted to reach out to the seals, that's why I wanted to.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, no, I will do that for sure, but, I just didn't, you know, but that's the sort of thing I think we need to do a little bit of digging and looking into it, and then, you know, we'll have that discussion, and then figure out, you know, at least, if nothing else, it's my time is put that question to that, and we have all the information, all that research, and then you three will then figure then, you know, make
To isolate.
advocate for positions if you want to call that. Say either we apply or we don't apply, or we apply for this amount, apply for this amount. You know, I don't know the answer. Yeah, but I think the three of you should be on the same, but I think the council goes to be part, like, it's entrusted to the three of you. This is part of these things, but it's not. Well, yeah, it's kind of one, it's kind of, you know,
I really,
Which is probably more universal, like everybody.
let it last like that for this particular reason. We are going to, Trevor kept trying to tell us, so I wanted it, and I forget where I read it, it called the police for doing it.
Really
Just
good.
that last, that phase, that didn't last
We've made an exception to that, but
They're
then
going
we
to
have
do that.
young.
So we're doing that.
Now, we're going to start with saving, there's a 5.2, something right? It only makes sense.
Seven, whatever it is, off the table now, then you're gonna have to. And we used to.
I know, you don't have any physical challenges, take your
Keep all the weight on
steps
this.
and walk around the outside.
You don't want this and this and this, we cannot sit there.
Somebody
said
that.
It was like 3.5 years total, so wherever that puts us from the time. So we'll go to about 12:30.
Okay.
So Trevor, we would have,
Okay.
it would go through.
I'm ready to be there.
As soon as they get back, we'll go. Sorry, Donna. It was hard to believe, but I got into a conversation, didn't stop talking. I know you won't believe that.
All things that take my headache pills.
Okay. Yeah.
Let it breathe.
Or you're a bandito if you don't.
Let's see who's yelling at me today.
Person, next time I just have to do that. So one time, you kick me in the behind.
I'm so glad we did the website. Yeah, so you have quorum 30, so you can start.
So we have quorum now, so we're going to move forward. We're gonna start with 5.2, 2020 year-to-date budget summary report. Donna.
Thank you, Reed Bailey. So, this morning then, also I just wanted to mention from our clerk that, we're going to continue with this portion till 12:30, and then we're gonna break for lunch at that point. We can decide how close we are at that point, whether we just, grab our lunch and eat through lunch, or whether, you know, we stop for a few minutes. So we can sort of reevaluate at that time. So what we're going to talk about next is we're going to look at this budget summary for just a couple of minutes, and then we're going to spend a few minutes on our, the next item is the project status report, so that will be the next thing that we're going to look at. Both of these spreadsheets were in your agenda package. And then the department heads, which wasn't in your agenda package, the department heads will each go through a bit of an update about their department. And we'll talk about the numbers on this budget summary in a little bit more detail. So, and then we'll have a PowerPoint that will go up after this. So we're gonna get started. Feel free to ask any questions as we move along. So as I said, in the budget summary, the main thing here is that we're looking for a target of 75% because September 30th is 3/4 of the way through the year. As you know, because we are a service industry, we don't really operate on 1/12 or 9/12 of a business like others do. But we have to use something as a benchmark. So as we take a look at this summary here, the main thing, as I said, that we were looking at 75%, but we know that there's variances there. So under the general government section, we look like we're way over on that particular section, which we'll talk about in a bit more detail. But the main thing that's throwing this area off is that our clerk applied for a $100,000 grant, which was never intended for 2020, and that is the ramp that is going out front. And so we have actually received that money, and it's in our bank and in our GL, which we will then have to transfer at the end of the year. So that's basically the biggest thing throwing off the general government section. Under protection to persons and property, it's pretty well right on. There is some variances on the individual lines, and we'll talk about those a little bit more as we move forward. Transportation is under, and that's to be expected with some of the operations, and again, Jamie is going to go into that in more detail. Environmental, we are also underspent in a lot of areas under environmental, water and sewer. Waste department is not so much under, and as I said, Jamie's going to talk about that a little bit more. Cemeteries, again, it looks like we were over. We were looking for a deficit there of the $34,000 is what our deficit was going to be. There's some numbers cut off on this that are not coming through. I don't know if you can see them up there. I'm going to use my other pair of glasses. Yeah, okay, so the numbers are up there. They just didn't come through on the PDF as well. So on total cemeteries, we were looking for a total deficit for this year at $34,000, and we're actually at $39,000, so about $5,000 difference there. And so by year end, though, we have a couple of transfers to make, so that will we'll probably see that amount, that deficit rise. Valerie's going to talk to us about the children's programs as we move there, and that's one of the areas of the most heavily affected by COVID, as you could imagine. So we were looking for a $43,000 surplus, but when I ran this report, we were at a $50,000 deficit. So as I said, Valerie's going to expand on that a little bit. And then I've added into mine early on, which Valerie hasn't, so there's a little bit difference in the number she's going to talk to you about. Next, in parks and recreation and culture, parks, we've seen parks is significantly under, and then rec programs is over, so you can tell. So just to expand on that, we were expecting parks to cost the taxpayers $226,000, but at this point, because we didn't hire the students and such, it's only cost us to date $96,000. And on the reverse side, though, programs was only going to cost us $44,000, but at this point it's $112,000, and so there's various differences there. Overall, it evens out somewhat, but again, we're going to have to address that. Under planning and economic development is quite a bit under. There's a lot of projects left to do there, and Dwayne will speak to those when we get to those. And capital, also we are quite underspent on capital, and we're going to talk about that on the next slide. The surprising part of things, though, is overall we're at about 77% of where we should be. So when you take our total revenue less our total expenses, the difference in a business world would be the deficit, but for us, we can't run a deficit, so that exact amount is what we raise on taxation to bring it to zero. So we are at about 77% right now where we should be in that world, but I know in the next few months, a lot of things are going to change with our revenue and expenses as we prepare for year end. So it's definitely going to be varied by then. So we're gonna flip over now, if you would flip over to the one called the project status report. And so we're gonna look at this in some detail then. So on this status report, the bottom line is going to be is that we're going to end up transferring significant amounts of money to the 2021 budget because a lot of these projects are not done. And so they're started and underway, and we'll get them as far as we can by year end, but you're going to see a lot of them show up for next year. So just kind of wanted to bring that to your attention. So as we start at the top of the list, Carling Terrace Road reconstruction, the job is completed. We have the top lift to do in 2021, so you'll see a portion of that in the 2021 budget. For Moncrief Road surface treatment, that project is completed. We haven't had all the invoices come in for that, but they definitely will come in. The building condition assessment, Jamie just presented a report to you at the council meeting about this. We haven't received their invoices yet, but that will come. The next step on that is to take, we talked a little bit about it, but it's quite a big, we simplified it, but it is quite a big job to next take that information and then mesh it into our asset management software. So as one of the big things we have to do is talk about the number of components and how we're going to manage each of those pieces of the building so that we can move forward and budget for those on an individual basis. So there's still a lot of work left to be done before year end to get it into our software piece, but our consultant piece is finished, and I would expect now that Jamie has presented the report that the invoice for him will come along. The Wingham Sidewalks Connecting Link, Josephine and Amberley, that has been deferred to 2021, and we're waiting on a traffic study. I'm not sure if you have the information on that through the county. Is that correct, Jamie?
That's correct.
Yes, so the county is going to conduct a traffic study there, so we aren't going to do anything with this project until we see the results of that study. For the Blythe Parking Initiative, that had 3 pieces: sidewalk paving and street lights. This is not to do with the county installing the traffic light there. This was a piece of our project, and we have the sidewalk portion completed. So my understanding is the rest of the project will come forward next year as well. For the house and dam site security, we've deferred that project. We were waiting for the results of the engineering RFP, and I'm thinking Jamie will be bringing a report on that at some time to council in the near future. So we didn't go ahead and do all the fencing. This money was to fence the dam off and to be able to prohibit people from getting in underneath. And so, as I said, we're waiting now until we get the RFP back to see where we go from there. As for Public Works, we had a 4-wheel drive 1-ton truck with box, and we have purchased that because it's completed and we're waiting on delivery unless it's arrived, Jamie, since I typed this up. No, okay. Also, we had a pickup truck, and we were also waiting on delivery of it, and we are still waiting for that to arrive, and then therefore those expenses will be paid once we get the invoices in. Jamie brought you a report forward, and council made a motion to defer the 3rd truck to the 2021 year because there wasn't enough money in the 2020 budget to purchase the 3 as we had hoped. On to the Blythe Community Center leaks. Those, that is in progress, and we expect that to be completed in October. Town Hall Council Chambers, we were going to replace the carpet in this room in particular. We've deferred that because you're having your discussions about, with COVID, relocating the council chambers. And as you know, next meeting we're going to be upstairs. So at this moment, we're not going to do anything with this floor until we know what permanent arrangements we're going to make, if any. Also in this year's budget, we have deferred, we were going to do some work on the exterior of this building. I don't know if you've noticed, but the paint on the outside is getting in pretty rough shape, as is the windowsills. If you ever look at a lot of the windowsills, they're pretty much deteriorated. So it was a little bit more work than just painting, but we've deferred that till 2021 at this point. We've talked to council a few times about the basement renovation, and so it's underway. They're not hammering today, but they are working away down there every day, and I expect that will be done in October as well. So that's going to allow us to utilize that space down there in a much better method for record storage, and as you know, the server has been all moved down there and such like that, and now with the heat and everything, the way it's been spray foamed and such, that we're going to actually be able to put cabinets of records down there and feel that they're not going to deteriorate. So that's all going to be good when this is finished. The town hall accessibility ramp, it wasn't part of the 2020 budget. That was something that the clerk brought you a report when this grant application came out. And so he applied for it and was successful, and they sent the money right away. So we have to, the money is in our bank, and so at year end we'll have to transfer that money to reserves until the ramp can be completed. Also, the clerk hopes to bring you a report on this project before year end, and then we can talk about transferring this money at that time. The Town Hall Theatre renovations, our volunteer group has over the last few years been actively raising money and making renovations upstairs. And so as they raise their money, then they go ahead and do something with equal value. The projects that they were going to do this year have been deferred because of COVID. The theater is closed. For the fire hall and public works building down in Blythe, so the fire hall portion is complete. The salt and sand shed is still supposed to start yet in October, so I'm not sure if it will get completed fully in 2020. Jamie's saying no, so it will get started but not likely completed, so that will be one that we'll have to transfer some of the money forward. Down at the Westcast Center, they've taken a good step forward to address the humidity and condensation problem, and so that first step of the project has been completed, so that's good. The Wingham Standpipe project, we had $75,000 in the budget to do some engineering. We've deferred that till 2021 to wait to hear if we're going to get some funding on that project. So we still have fingers crossed that we may hear something this year or we may not. So in Wingham, the well system, we were going to update the SCADA system, and before Sean left, he had brought a report to you saying there was no way we were going to get to that this year. And so the money was reallocated. As you know, we had some pretty extensive well repairs that we weren't expecting, and so council had passed a motion to flip that money from the SCADA system to the well repairs, I guess you call them. And so then you're going to see that SCADA system come back in the 2021 budget. Down at Blythe, the dechlorination project, and this is something that's required due to legislation. Jamie brought you a report to have the engineer approved, so that only if any of the dollars are spent this year, it'll be a very small amount on engineering. So that whole project has to come forward again in 2021. Also, the other night, Jamie talked to you about the repair of the public works shop roof, and so the tender has been awarded for that, and we expect the work to be completed in 2021. So North Street reconstruction, this was the top lift there, and so we've deferred that to 2021 in conjunction with some other work being done in the Rutledge subdivision. So it will need the top coat at some point, but we're waiting to see some of the other work being done there before we have to do it twice. Stone Orchard, which is our cemetery records, We're waiting on that due to COVID and due to the staff reallocation in our front office. That's gonna move forward to 2021 to be completed. Down at the complex, we had boiler number 5 and boiler number 6 to be replaced this year, and both those projects have been completed. Also down at the fitness center, we were going to do a cycle replacement. It's part of our ongoing replacement, that the staff down there replace their equipment on a regular basis, and so again, with the COVID, that has been deferred to 2021. The complex condenser project has also been completed. The rec software that Vicki was speaking to you about is well underway and will be started, I shouldn't say well underway, I should say underway. And Vicki is hoping and her team that that will be completed by December of this year. Also, the municipal website, that we've all been working on that all year long, and hoping that that is soon completed. And so anyway, we expect that to be up and running by December. So that has been a very intensive project, and we hope that the finished product is something that will certainly help our ratepayers, help council, help staff to be able to provide direction to our ratepayers. The one snag, as your clerk told you the other night, was we hadn't intended to put on, say for example, my own example, 5 years of our budgets, 5 years of tax rates. But because of the accessibility legislation, our documents are not all in accessible format, I guess you call them. And so then we have to go put them through remediation, which costs money. And so then now our website at this point is not going to have the years of data on it that we had hoped that we were going to be able to put on it. Now, to address that, the clerk is in conjunction with other municipalities. First off, you passed a motion the other night to request a 1-year extension, which would be great. Secondly, we have got pricing on training on how to have our staff make all our future documents accessible in the future. So whatever we need for software and that, we can do that in-house. And then hopefully also we can go back and remediate some of our own documents. But it's all timing, so what we need to have on there for right now has to be accessible, and we'll have to spend some money on getting the legislated documents remediated to post. But we're, as I said, we're not gonna have all the documents on there that we hoped we would. Moving on to the Blythe Howlett CAS procurement, that is in progress. We do hope that that is completed in 2020. Hutton Heights Engineering and Design is underway. I know that the CAO is following up. We haven't received a lot of the invoicing at this point, so he's following up on that sort of thing. Your service delivery review, you had the presentation today. It's going to, as we said, it's going to be a living document. The actual work by the consultant has been completed, but it now leads to a lot of other work through for council and staff for ever, I guess, to work with. And so then we'll be paying, their invoices will be coming in now that the presentation has been made. For the Armories building next door, we had in the budget it was about $26,500 to remove the electrical from the side of the building. I think if anybody remembers that years ago, they wired both this building and the wiring for this building and the police station was mounted on the police station building. So now we have to, if it goes ahead with tearing the building down, then we need to take that electrical off. And we're waiting on removing the heritage designation. So that's our hold up there. This morning we spent a bit of time talking about the need for human resources. This isn't a capital project, but as the CAO alluded to, we did include $55,000 in this year's budget as we were hoping to do a partnership or cost sharing of some sort to be able to address this. The CAO has made some alternative arrangements where there'll be a small amount of money spent this year, but he will continue to investigate however we're going to address that need for sure. We were looking, and it's underway, the municipal site security, so that is a project where we were going to be installing some cameras and security cameras on various of the township buildings. In no way is that going to be enough to do them all. We've picked a few, and so we're working with the security people to have those installed, and I'm hoping that is still done this year. I think Stu was looking into that for us, Jamie, so.
Yeah, through you, your worship, so the operations supervisor and myself met with Continuit yesterday, and we finalized a plan of what that would look like to move forward, so that will definitely be completed by the end of this year.
Perfect, thank you for the update, Carson. Okay, and also then, as part of a move forward and to protect our records and have better searchability and all of that, Council had approved, as part of the modernization funding, the award of a scanning contract. So we actually have a person hired, and she is doing a great job, but the position was supposed to start way back in the spring for a 10-month contract, but then with COVID, we didn't get to start till late September. So that money, although it's underway, we have to go 10 months from September. So I think, Carson, I'm not sure if you want to expand on how pleased you are with how that's going.
Yeah, no, I would just say that we're definitely thrilled to have her now, and like we've been able to start making use of the Laserfish system. So I guess the example I would give, so when Dwayne mentioned all the background on the Blythe Skate Park, we were able to obtain that information because Olivia, our contract physician, has all the minutes from 2001 to up until now in Laserfish already. So we're definitely happy to have her, and it's making a huge difference in us finding documents for sure.
Yes. Okay, so that is an update on our project status, and as I said, it's not that any of these projects don't need done, it's just that we are definitely behind on some things due to being closed down for quite a few months. So through staff efforts, we're going to push through and get as much of this done yet in 2020 that we can. But you'll see reports coming forward in part of the 2021 budget, things that have to be pushed over into next year's budget. Okay, so is there any questions on the project status before we move on to the PowerPoint? Okay, thank you. So now, Kirk, you have to go at 12.
10 minutes, yeah.
Okay, so I'll maybe just do a couple of things, and then we'll jump ahead to your slides if that's okay. Okay, so here we are at late in October in 2020. It's been quite a year, and so this is an opportunity. We had this meeting last year, and it's a little bit different phase, I guess, if you will, this year because of all the things that have happened this year. So as I said, we are looking at a target guideline of 75%, but again, with the COVID effects and seasonal activities and such, that 75% is just a guideline that as staff we follow, and then we look for our seasonal changes. Today's meeting helps us look ahead to year end. And as you know, with part of the phase 2 funding application, we're required to do all that forecasting. So all of it is good timing in that we're working on budgets, we're looking at where we are at this point in the year, and we're looking ahead to year end. So the timing and the information is going to be all good. So we've had a discussion on projects to be moved forward to 2021, so we'll keep you apprised of those changes as we work our way through the year, and also we want to be able to mitigate any overage items that we run into. So just a few budget details. Our budget was passed on April the 6th by virtual meeting, which was a first for us. Our total expenditures, $17,769,000. Our operating budget, just over $14 million. Our capital budget, $3.6 million. Our total revenue, $11 million. we transfer money out of our tax stabilization reserve to lessen the impact, and so therefore the difference is what we raise on taxation, which was $6,146,000. So year to date, a couple of things that we always keep an eye on are our wages and benefits. So this year's total budget for wages and benefits was $5,131,000, and right now we're just over $3 million, which is about just less than 60% of that, which reflects that the staff were off. For hydro, again, our hydro, we experienced some lag in the bills, and we have had some decrease in hydro, especially street lighting, and Jamie and I'll touch on that a bit with you in that part of the presentation. So we're only at about less than 50% on the hydro. And then I talked to you a little bit about where we were with the 77% overall on the budget summary, but just when you look at it individually, both our operating expenses and revenues are down quite a bit, or we're quite a bit down on capital at this point as well. So as we move through the end of the year, the capital, as I said, we're going to end up having to move a lot forward. So I'm just going to pop forward here to Kirk's slide here. And so Kirk has 2 slides, and then he has to step out. So he is going to talk to you about the building department and the property standards department.
Hey, it's still morning. Good morning, council. Real quickly, 2 slides. First slide, building department. So we projected and budgeted $120,000 for revenue this year. We're currently sitting at $107,513. That being roughly 90% projected. Expenses budgeted at $145,514, and our actual is $93,456. So I'd say the building department is looking pretty good this year for North Huron. Underspent travel, training, workshops. Usually we head down to Mississauga or Toronto and do some training at our Ontario Building Officials Association office, and we try to schedule 3 technical sessions. Certainly we haven't done those, and quite honestly we haven't had time to do those online as well. So underspent certainly there, and a minor underspent would be office supplies of $1,500. Okay, property standards, budgeted revenue of $2,400. Actual is nothing. Right now we have some invoicing that we are sending out. So when we do get a complaint about a property and it's validated and we send an order out, there's an $80 fine. Alright, so invoicing will be taking place for properties that Bruce Broadbank is working on right now. There are other fees associated with that, but those start once we get into court or attending court. So we budgeted for expenditures of $17,584, and currently right now we're sitting at $5,101. Again, underspent on travel training. We haven't been able to attend any courses, and legal is underspent as well. So we budgeted $7,500 for legal, and we're waiting on a court date, so I'm sure that will get spent at some time. Not this year, most likely.
Okay, so thank you, Kirk. Does council have any questions for Kirk before he has to step out on the building related matters?
So Kirk, on the money that, for the legal, you're going to bring that money forward plus ask for, so you're gonna kinda have a jump next year in your budget, right? Because you're gonna have what you need for it, you didn't spend this year, which we know because the courts were closed. And then you're going to have to budget higher for next year because of the closure. Am I right on that?
That most likely will be the case,
Okay.
yes.
Yeah, thank you.
The only other question I had was the property that is, there's a property issue that we dealt with a fence in Wingham on, that house is now for sale. Does that affect because everything was signed on title, correct? Like everything that we agreed to is gonna go with the sale, correct? Like the property, the issue there is that the house that is being sold.
Yeah,
So,
I know exactly where you're at.
so the question I'm asking is that we're not gonna get, is something gonna be coming to this council after the sale about the issue again, that's my question.
No, we're trying to address that prior to the sale.
Perfect, thank you very much.
I'm in discussions with that currently.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Okay.
Thank you,
Okay,
Kirk.
Thank you. Okay, so we're gonna go back to the start here then. Okay, so general government, so in our general government section, that's where we have things like our licenses and permits, marriage licenses, and that's where our grant money, our OMPF grant comes in there, and so there's no problem with the grant coming in. There's nothing really out of the ordinary in the general government section. I expect it to come in basically on target. Later on in the year, as you know, we make 2 payments to the physician recruitment initiative, so we'll have the second payment to pay by the end of the year. And then we have a number of loan payments that we pay the final payment later on in the year as well. So nothing out of the ordinary on general government. Okay? So if we move through to council then, normally for council, we are able to recover a little bit of the Reeves, if the Reeve attends some of the meetings, the county shares some of our costs, but again, with all the conferences canceled, that didn't happen this year. And then the same you'll hear the same theme through the whole presentation, and again, this will factor into our year-end forecast. We're way underspent in travel and training across the whole municipality, every department. Nobody could go anywhere. We are taking advantage as much virtual training as what we can, and in some cases that's been offered free. So we're taking advantage of what we can there. But we are still going to, before year end, participate in some training that has switched to online, and there is cost for that, but not as much as having to go and have the accommodations as well. So we'll have to review that at year end and see where we're at. And not only for all the other departments, but for council themselves. So that's where you're underspent mainly. And then also, council always has a little bit of council contingency, $2,000, and we haven't had to spend that as yet this year either. So you may wish to move that forward to reserves, or you may not, depending on how our year end ends up. Any questions on that, Councilor?
Reeve, Donna, I'm assuming based on the atmosphere that we're in, 2021 for travel, training, and workshops will probably fall in the same line that we're in right now. Is that what the expectation council should be seeing is in their budgets or for that relating to?
It's hard to say at this very minute whether things will open up again. Certainly the online is really ramping up. And so a lot of the conferences and stuff, as you know, could have been attended virtually this year. So then that cuts out the accommodation part. So as a straight answer, I don't know how much it's going to be reduced, but I would expect everyone to reduce the travel training to be reduced somewhat next year, because I don't think we're going to be able to go January, February. There's conventions in, the first part of the year. I don't think you're going to be able to go there by then.
Well, I can tell you right now, Roma's out virtual. Like Roma's automatically virtual, they've already, and I would suggest probably everything's gonna be virtual at least till the fall. If any, like, I don't see them opening it. At least that's based on what the Ontario government is projecting and what they've suggested. I don't see us having anything, and ultimately, I guess my position is that, in travel training and workshops, I think training and workshops are important. I really do.
Sure.
I think we need to leverage all these trainings, and what they've had to change their philosophy on how they offer it. They've had to change the philosophy in offering these things electronic. I think we need to take, because of the remote location and where we are at, I think we need to start leveraging those types of things. I say honestly, workshops and stuff are great for networking and stuff, but I think if we can leverage some virtual with some in person, I think we would be more apt to get more bang for our buck as it relates to that, and I just a thought on my opinion.
Sure.
Just want to throw something out there because of the unfortunate times we find ourselves in. With the money we're not spending on workshops and that, and with the council money that we're not spending at the end of the year, I'm sure it's only going to add up to a few $1,000s, but I'd like council to give consideration to give that to the food banks in North Huron. Just some thought to throw out there as we move forward. Go ahead.
Yep, so the one piece that Don and I have already talked about, so in council's remuneration policy, basically it says $2,500 for each councillor for training for the year, and then another $2,500 for group training. The only group training we did this year was with John Mascaron on his role as the Integrity Commissioner. So Don and I have already discussed this, but this might be an area for council to look into. Look at what you currently have for funds for travel and training, and potentially just carry over those funds, and because every year we're required to budget an extra $2,500, but this year it's very underspent, so that might be an area for council to look at based on where it's at for the end of the year. I believe the only conferences that council have attended for the year was a couple of our councillors went to Roma in January before, and maybe Ontario Good Roads too. So we are there's definitely areas there.
So you're suggesting to carry them over to the following, take that money, put it in the following year rather than give it to the food bank?
Well, no, it's ultimately up for council's consideration, but basically that is an option for you. You wouldn't necessarily need to budget another $2,500 for each of your travel and training plus the group funds if there's already funds available, right? You can just use that, carry it over and use it as the next year instead.
Something to give consideration to.
And then also some of the counselors did it virtually attending, correct?
Yeah, right.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. So we'll move on to the next one. So administration. So under administration then, we have seen quite a few changes there. And that's one of the things about comparing, you know, with comparable municipalities, there's different things get included in different areas in the budget. So in administration this year, we did have quite a few studies. So we had the extra cost of our HR policy being updated, as the CAO alluded to, and I think we're expecting that project to be completed by year end, so we'll see all the invoicing come in from that. Under the clerk's department, we had money put in for a community safety and well-being plan, and that's not going to be completed next year. But he does need that money transferred forward, and then we have to add to it next year for the next pieces of that plan that have to be completed next year. So we'll have to move that forward. Under the service delivery review, as I said, the invoices will come in for that now, since that has been completed from the consultant's point of view. For town hall accessibility and document remediation, so we've paid for the front part of the renovations that we had to do there, and that was split between the Main Street grant that we had and this funding. And then we have to pay for the document remediation, but as I said earlier, the clerk will be bringing you forward for the balance of this money to go forward into reserves, because he's thinking that the $100,000 isn't gonna cover the ramp that we need for next year. So we wanna be able to add this money to it, and then plus work on our documents. Did you wanna add something?
Yeah, I would just, so the plan is basically, myself and the Director of Public Works are working back and forth to bring a joint report to council on kind of what that would look like as a plan for the mobility ramp and the 3 sets of accessible doors. The one thing we ran into is this building is a heritage designated building. So we received the most money that we were going to get from the federal government anyways, but in order for us to make those doors accessible, they have to basically, for this building, the front facade, and then both the north and south sides of this building, those facades are all deemed heritage designated. So if you were, when you're going to make those doors accessible, basically without removing or amending the heritage designation, you have to maintain the same kind of architectural features of that, which is kind of those curved archways, all that kind of thing. And so the Director of Public Works and I are working back and forth with engineering to bring something forward to council, but we're hopeful that we bring a plan forward by the end of this year, and then any of the remaining funds can be budgeted in for the 2021 budget, and then that project would go forward in 2021.
Do we have a heritage designation on every municipal building in this municipality?
Yeah, I think there are 17,
Not on my firewall.
17 in the
And you will
municipality, and
never-
they're all in Wayne.
Jeez.
Well, it becomes ridiculous.
Excuse-
Requirements.
Excuse me, how many buildings did you say?
I believe there's like 16 or 17, and they're all in Waynham. But some of them are municipal buildings, and some of them are private houses.
Okay, and so then also, we do a number, each year, we put $10,000 in the budget to further our asset management plan. And so we've spent about $3,300, and I have another bill coming in from, BM Ross for about $4,000 or $5,000, so that will eat all of that up by the end of the year. And so as I said, the sewer and water master plan kind of kicked off, another opportunity, I guess you would say, to improve our data. So the last couple of years, we've concentrated on improving our data. So with we spent the $100,000 on the camera work. We spent the money this year on the BCAs. Over the last 3 years, we spent all that money on the master plan. And so with the camera work, what happened there was our original data for PSAB, BM Ross collected that for us in 2009. So with the camera work, it allowed us the opportunity to go back and review the sanitary, water, and roads to make sure that everything matched. And so in our original data, we found that there was pieces that we didn't have, and through GIS, they were reported incorrectly. And so anyway, it was quite an exercise, and I've not finished it yet, but it's going to make sure that our data on a go-forward basis is really good. So I'm pleased that even though I wasn't expecting that extra work, I think it's going to, as I said, move us along. And under the building condition assessment, again, we expect the invoices to come in there. And we are in the administration department also underspended about $18,000 for travel and training. I expect to spend another $1,000 or $2,000 by the end of the year on some of the courses that we want to take online, but we're still going to be underspent there for sure. So is there any questions on administration before I move on to the next one? Okay, seeing none. So then the next one is police. So basically, again, nothing out of whack on the police. We have participating in that grant program, and so the clerk and Deputy Reeve Sipe Deputy Reeve Sipe is the chair of the board, and that grant program, Wendy Burrows had started that project, and then it's gone through for, I'm not sure of the gentleman who looks after it at this point, but anyway, we have to send in reports all along in order to get the rest of our funding, so I do expect that to come through. And the other portion of the revenue is in this year's budget. We were able to put $60,000 away last year, which we're gonna bring out of reserves before year end to offset the cost. So nothing out of the ordinary really in the police section. It's just, as I said, timing. So anything that anyone wants to ask or ask Trevor about the police?
The grant stuff is done now by the detachment commander and Sergeant David Cinco from the OPP. They, with the support of the clerk, they get the paperwork submitted, and I think I just got one this past week that says we need to finalize and get it sent in, so it should be looked after. Donna, did you have a chance to look at that letter, that the reconciliation for the OPP, was it around the 120,000?
I think it's about 114 or something like that. So I had forwarded both of those to Carson, both for Wingham and for the 5.1, which covers Blythe and East Wabash. So Carson, I believe you're putting
Yeah,
them.
those will appear on the consent agenda at the next council meeting.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
And that was the reconciliation for 2018, correct?
19.
19, that's good, less than a year.
No, pardon me, let me think for a second.
I think it's 18.
Yes, 18, you're right,
Okay.
correct, sorry.
I didn't figure the government was that quick.
No, not that quick, that's correct. Okay, thank you. Okay, so next we're gonna move in, I think we can still get the fire departments done, before we break for lunch for a few minutes, so, I'll turn it over to our fire chief, Marty, and you just kinda give me the nod when you want me to change the slides.
Okay, thanks, Donna. So once again, the fire wages, the fire calls, a hard one to predict when the calls are gonna happen and where they're gonna happen. However, they're pretty much on target. If they are overspent, they'll be balanced out with the revenue coming in from the other municipalities on that. So the fire calls, I split them up between municipalities, so that's the next slide. So as you can see, North Huron, Central Huron, ACW are all on target. Morris Turnberry is a little overspent, again, just because of where the calls are and the type of calls that happen.
So Marty, if you could just refresh my memory, when you say overspent, then they'll get an extra bill for that? Or it just works out in the wash?
It works out, like, so whatever calls that happen in their municipality, they pay for.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay,
So that really doesn't affect ours.
bottom line.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
And just to add to that further then, Marty, right now, we're in pretty good shape, but you said we're going to have, once we reconcile to the end of the year for North Huron, we've had a couple of big ones that'll probably eat this up. But what our practice is because the fire calls can fluctuate so much, for the North Huron portion, we budget the $50,000, but if we are underspent, then we do have started a reserve because some other year we're gonna be way over, so it just gives us a bit of a buffer.
Go ahead, Kevin.
Through you, Ray. The call allotment, does that include medical as well?
Yes, that's all calls.
All calls?
Yes.
So municipalities pay for both?
Yes.
Okay.
And just to note, the mutual aid expense, that one is absorbed throughout the entire budget, so everybody pays their percentage that they normally would, so. Okay, just a couple other little notes for the account lines. Again, travel training workshops, we are also down, underspent in that. No conferences or workshops were attended. We did start our Firefighter 1 training program this fall, so there'll be a few expenses in there, and we do have some training props that we're going to purchase to use some of that funds up. It'll also help us offset another account that we've overspent, so.
Go ahead, Trevor.
Marty, from that perspective, because of the training that's required due to COVID, are we there's no risk to like any of our members to not be not to be registered or not to have the proper training to be out on out in the community doing firefighting?
No, we have continued all along with our regular practices, training nights.
Okay.
So that keeps us, if you want to say, up to date. The ones like the new ones coming on that have to get certified,
Mm-hmm.
that's what we've just started this fall.
Okay, thank you.
And the college is also, the fire college is also starting to do the virtual stuff as well, so the courses are available. It's just the travel and accommodations, like Donna mentioned, are down. Okay, the materials supplies, this one is under as well right now. but we do have some purchases to be made, and this will be close to the budget amount come year end. As I mentioned, the equipment repair maintenance, this one's overspent due to our unforeseen repairs that we had to make to ladder 2. As you can see, I've listed them there and the total amount that we had to spend for that, and that was all unforeseen, as I mentioned, so that's why that account's just a little overspent. It's right now it's currently overspent by about a couple $1,000, but there are still some repairs and things that have to be made. So, but as I mentioned before, that should be offset with some of the underspent accounts. The Wingham and Bly station budgets. This one, Sean did the budgeting for this one, and I'm not really sure his rationale on some of the stuff, so Jamie and I are going to sit down this fall and kind of sort things out and get a better handle on those. But I think they're fairly close overall. They're going to be under budget, but so we'll get a better handle on that, and moving forward we'll be able to budget appropriately.
So, and some of that was because what happens at the new building is, so it's 60%, all the utilities are, and everything else for the building per se, is split 60% fire and 40% public works. And so then the 60% is shared with the partners, and so then at the end of the year, reconciliation with the partners will reflect if that portion of the building is underspent. But then on our portion of the building for public works, that's where Jamie and Marty, and I'll help if needed, we'll sit down and try to figure out. It was hard to know what the expenses for that new building was gonna be, pardon me. So we have a bit of a better idea what the heat and hydro and stuff is gonna be now, so, although even though you moved in it partway through the year, we can figure out, based on that, how much the expenses are gonna be. Okay, and then FPO then?
Yeah, the FPO and the North Huron only, that's on target. Nothing really shows on that one. The overall fire budget looks pretty good and should be in good shape.
Marty, if you don't mind me asking, you just said the fire prevention officer is North Huron only? He doesn't do prevention in other areas?
No, he's a shared service as well.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, it's a shared service with Huron East, okay? Huron East has an agreement with Morris Turnberry, so in essence, he does North Huron, Morris Turnberry, and Huron East.
So just to clarify that, Reeve, is that we have a category, the name's maybe not that great, but FPO and North Huron only. So we have a separate budget because there are items such as the loan payments on, the loan payments that we continue to make when the fire boards were bought out back in 2009. So we have to continue to make those loan payments for a number of years, and so the partners do not pay on that. And then there's also a number of things to do with the building and such the partners don't pay for. So then those items go through this FPO and North Huron only budget, so that what the partners pay is completely clear, and Marty doesn't have to try to root out any of those sorts of things. And as I said, for the partners, back when it was all mixed together, and I would send them the reconciliations, it was harder to understand. So anyway, we've completely moved all that out, and it's tracked separately for clarity.
Okay.
And as far as I'm concerned, I think the new agreements, the way they're structured now, is working out well. Haven't heard any feedback, negative or whatever. So. Yeah.
Go ahead, Don.
Okay, thank you, Reeve. So I hope everyone got enough lunch, and we're going to head right into our public works section of the presentation. So Jamie, if you would can you see from there okay, Jamie?
I have it right in front of mine.
Okay,
You're
good.
No.
All right, you carry on, thank you.
Thanks, Donna. So as you see the first slide, it goes over basically all of the different components in the public works and what is under my umbrella. The operating budget for the department was around 5.3 million. our capital, for 2020 was set at 3.5 million. And so far, the revenue that's come in is an estimated $510,000. So on the next slide, it's Public Works and Roads. And it's trending very well. There are quite a few invoices that have not been submitted to us, and this also doesn't take into account the winter season. So there will still be some more expenses into the Public Works department. But we will see some remaining budget, and there's also approximately $40,000 that needs to be moved over into reserves for municipal drains. So that's something to note. For street lights, and if I'm going too fast, just let me know, or if you wish me to stop so you can ask questions, just let me know as well. Street lights is different. Donna and I were working together to kind of determine what was occurring. There was an LED retrofit project that was completed in 2019? 2018, and the electrical costs, I believe, were variable depending on what had occurred for billing. This year looks to be over budgeted as well, but there is approximately four months still outstanding to pay for electrical costs. So those included will probably put us still below the budgeted amount for 2020.
Go ahead, Chad.
So the question I have regards to street lighting and this issue about how it's budgeted versus the actuals. We're expecting to pay back Public Works for this retrofit. Are we taking into consideration then, because obviously we can't change what the pricing is, but we can effectively change what the consumption was. That was the intention of the retrofit. So are we looking at 2019's consumption versus 2018's consumption, or before that versus 2020's consumption, and saying, here's how much money we basically saved in essence on that retrofit price, and then sending that to the Public Works Reserve? Is that what we're intending to do? I'm just not sure how we are doing that.
Yeah, I'll take the first crack at that, Jamie, if that's good. So, yeah, so what we had set it up to do was to budget the same, and then on the understanding that the electricity consumption would be a lot lower, and then we would keep the budget the same and transfer the difference back to pay back the reserves. So it was general reserves, not Public Works, but that's fine. So, but what Jamie's saying here is just before Sean left, we had a big reconciliation. We had been talking to them, saying we hadn't seen much difference on the consumption. So they did a big reconciliation, but then they said they hadn't actually looked at our inventory for so long and said that was going to eat up a lot of it. But the way it's trending now is that we're still going to potentially, we budgeted to pay back $35,000 towards the reserves as a loan payment, if you will. And Jamie's saying here that it looks like we're going to be able to pay 67 back instead of the 35 that we were hoping to pay this year. So the only thing is we'll pay ourselves back faster. And so that's what we do each year is, as any fluctuations occur, until we kind of get the budget number firm, then we just pay ourselves more, pay the loan off quicker, if you will.
Yeah, and I think just as a follow-up brief, I think the intention is that savings should continue. And as soon as we pay back general reserves, that money still gets put into reserve, because we will have to fix those poles, we'll have to put new LED lights in, we're gonna have to do it again in 10 or 15 years, and then therefore we'll have money in there to do that, or when the repairs come, we're gonna have to. I know some municipalities haven't done that. Some municipalities have decided to go with a company, they replace the lights, and then they get all the savings. And I'm saying, we don't wanna do that, we wanna inherit the savings of us, but we wanna use the savings as a reserve in order to pay back what we should be getting.
So just further is, so yes, we funded it internally from our own reserves. So we borrowed the money from ourselves, but it's gonna take us 15 years to pay, with the savings, to pay back the reserves. And for the big cost, it was it was $600,000, was it not? I can't remember that right off the top of my head.
Between 4 and 6.
So then it's gonna take us that long to pay it back with the savings. And then after it's paid off, council made a motion that anything over and above that, which I'll be long gone from here by then, so you'll have to remember, Trevor, that,
Is this a shot at me being young, or?
it's a good thing. You're lucky. So then, after our reserves are paid back, then the future savings after that, council passed a motion that it would then go back into new reserves to fund when the streetlights need to be replaced again. So we do have a plan.
No, I'm just was trying to formulate how we were calculating the reserve, like how we were calculating the savings. Because utility costs, like the pricing can go up, but really we can't have any impact to that.
That's
The
right.
reason why we did the retrofit is because of the consumption. Consumption is the biggest key to savings.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, so this next slide is the airport. So this year, due to the pandemic, operations have been suspended at the airport, as well.
Is this the door?
Oh, Jesus.
Was me.
Did you not get enough to eat?
I was thinking we were maybe leaving fast.
Yeah, run.
Oh, I lost my train of thought.
How's your first budget going, Jamie?
Apologize.
So due to COVID, Jamie, you
Yes,
were
so-
saying that airport operations had been suspended.
Thank you, Donna. There is still lease revenue that will be coming prior or near the end of the year, so there is some revenue there left, or is expected.
Just make sure they know to go double tap that door.
What's it mean?
Basically, yeah, it's like the back door. So basically when that happens, we just gotta double tap. So
Oh.
someone must have double tapped twice.
The system's been activated, double swiping deactivated, right?
Yeah.
Well, we know it's working.
Sorry. Oh, I hadn't finished the airport. Sorry, it's okay, it's okay. So it is going to be slightly under budget by the end of the year, unless something else comes up, but I don't believe that's going to occur. All right. For for water, it's not waste for water and wastewater, the year-to-date, the total budget was $2 million, and year-to-date, we have $812,000. There are quite a few invoices pending from Veolia, as well as some operating budgets for some minor capital. There's also large transfers still pending to be moved over to the long-term reserves for Blythe and Wingham. So that's where you'll see that large discrepancy there between budget and year-to-date actual. Okay. For waste management, it's pretty on track. The revenue is pretty much the same as it was last year at this time, and it's it's trending normal, so it'll be fine by the end of the year. There is a few invoices pending, and they're large. They're for the landfill inspections as well as the grinding that still needs to be completed, and they should be there fairly soon. For stormwater management, this one's fairly small, but it's also trending to be right on target as well. The catch basin cleaning has been completed, and apart from a couple of lids that we might purchase, that's all that's been left to do there. The cemetery operations have been, they're on target as well. There's been ongoing interments in both cemeteries throughout the pandemic, and operations have maintained at consistent levels. So that should be on budget. So there's a breakdown of the revenue for waste management, the cemetery, and the airport, and it's broken out towards the budget, what it's year to date, and the actual. So does anyone have any questions?
You ever doing good, Jean? No questions yet.
Okay, so Valerie's up next, so we'll talk about children's services next.
Probably not fair that Jamie's like so proud. That'd be good for me.
We already know the problems of this one.
Okay. So the first slide that you see there does highlight that I included the main center has its own budget, which includes the operation of the staff and the meals and things for the children. And so we are currently looking at a fairly large deficit that we wouldn't have typically expected to have quite so large due to COVID, of 107,55,54. The building budget has always been without revenue, and the costs this year are at 22,485.2. And that would be down slightly because we have not used the custodial contracts as we normally would have during shutdown. So we were closed from March 13th to July 20th, and we did save in those operational costs. However, we did still have to maintain heat and hydro and water and things like that. So it is lower than typical. Our early learning site is the daycare and before and after, or no, this is just for the daycare piece up at Sacred Heart School. And for the operation months of January to March, we actually are showing that we had a profit of 24,000. And our Maitland River before and after, oh, I'm looking at my old slide here, I don't have my current one. Do you have the current one up there? Sorry. Yeah, it's up there. Yeah, so early learning was at 11. I typed in the same figure twice on mine, sorry. 11,000 up at Sacred Heart, which I thought was pretty good profit for such a small program and for the fact that it only operated from January to March. So that's something to keep in mind. I think that that is a really good program. I will talk about some issues it's facing right now on another slide, but Maitland River before and after is always our largest profit maker because we have so many children using up at Maitland River School, and it's currently at 24,000 profit. And again, that was mainly from January to March. We have been operating again September till now, so it's still on a trend to be a good profit maker to help offset our operational costs at the main center. And Sacred Heart before and after is what I consider a fairly small before and after school program, but again, it's showing and trending that it's making good profits for us as well. So we're currently, well, we were currently sitting with a deficit of 77,000, almost 78,000. I did want to mention that Donna's figures and my figures were slightly different simply because I didn't include an early on budget because it's a 100% funded program and the costs associated with it are covered. I haven't got a lot of direction on whether or not we have reopened recently. They are doing virtual programming and they're prepping for on-site programming. They've kind of held off a little bit with the second wave hitting us the way it has right now, but the anticipation is that they will reopen at Royal Oaks and start providing face-to-face programming again. So currently our early on budget is fairly underspent, but it easily will get ate up, when they open, if they start doing direct programming. So, let me just grab that number for you here. I just didn't include it because we may have to pay back. Because it's a contract and it's a funded program, if we're underspent, they may ask us to submit that back. So I feel like it's a wash in our programming costs. It's not part of the taxation or the cost to the taxpayers. So I didn't include it. It currently has 27,000 as a profit, but like I say, once we start operating with the staffing again, that's going to eat that up. So if we want to move on, is that the next slide? Perfect.
Can I just go back, the main building is still weighing on my mind, and you know me, Val, I have to ask while it's on my mind.
Yeah.
You knew I was gonna ask this, that's quite a chunk, and is that because we've had staff and no children? Just explain to me how we got to 100,000.
So typically we would have an operating deficit, and I forget what last year's was. I don't know if Donna can quickly pull that. So we always traditionally have a deficit to operate the main building. Currently, it's much higher than what I would anticipate typically because the COVID restrictions. And I have to say, I am going to address it a bit in another slide, but we'll do it here. Like the requirements they put on to us for, we have to have no parents in the building, so we have to provide an additional staff in the mornings to transport the children from the front entrance into all their rooms. We have to do a midday super clean that we never typically had to do previous to COVID. We also have to provide a staff to deliver the children to the parents at the front door now that we typically didn't have to have. So in my mind, you're basically adding a whole additional staff into our budget that we've never typically been required to have. And we're going to talk about it with this slide. We received 33,000 what's called Safe Restart funding from the province and federal. To me, it in no way touches what our ongoing expenses are going to be to operate under the restrictions, and we've had no indication that those restrictions are going to end soon. So my frustration is that they are asking and mandating all of these staffing requirements, but no one's flowing any funds to do it. I've had a couple of conversations with our public health unit because we are currently under version 3 of operational guidelines, which I thought had taken the wording of cohorts out of it, meaning that we could do a little bit more moving around early in the morning and end of the day, which is a cost savings because then you don't have each room open. And when we had our inspections in September, she did not agree with that. So in the operational guidance, it says as much as possible. Previous documents said must have and cohorts. Wasn't in version 3. So I was doing more sliding around of the kids in morning and night. That's not allowed. So we basically have to have each room open from the time you open to the time you close, and all those children must be maintained in that one group. That's extremely expensive to do. How we saved money previously is that between 6:30 and 8, you're allowed to have mixed age grouping and mixed ratios called reduced ratios. And we made full use of that previously, and we're not allowed to right now. So your whole cost of operating a main center is huge. I still think you may offset your costs if the trend with our before and afters continue. But the other dilemma that's addressed in the next slide is the fact that we have not rebounded with our enrollment due to COVID. We are sitting with 16 empty spaces in our preschool right now, which again is typical for September, October, but I'm not seeing quite the same pickup we normally would have had. What I'm really struggling with is the fact that our before and after school has not picked up and rebounded the way you would have hoped because parents are struggling. Parents are struggling with trying to meet these sick day issues and having their kids home, and a lot of them are working from home still. So our numbers that are before and after, I think we're down to about 50 to 45% of our typical numbers in our before and after. So all of those things are factoring together to really weigh us down right now. And I've been advocating, and Diane Million, who is filling the role at the county right now at the upper level, I've sent her a couple of emails because I said, how can they force us to operate under these standards and not provide funding to do it? And she's advocating for us. She doesn't know if there'll be more Safe Restart funding for us or not. She does know that as a municipal operation, we're hit harder than, say, our London Bridges of the world and Walt Middle School and Seaforth Cooperative, because they can apply for wage subsidy through the federal programs, and they can apply for rent reduction through their other programs. As a municipality, we can't. So Goderich, ourselves, and Tucker Smith are more, I think we're feeling the pain much more than some of the other centers. So the initial rollout of Safe Restart funding went out equally to all kind of programs based on your license capacities, was not taking into account the factors with wage subsidy and rent subsidy. So I don't know, Bernie, does that answer the question?
It does, thank you very much.
Okay. And so
Well
sorry.
spoken.
Yep.
Just to add further then, so we had anticipated at the main center a loss of 74,000 this year. But as Val says, when you factor in the profits that the other programs make, we were actually looking at an overall profit of 43,000. And so right now though, instead of the 43,000 profit, we're actually sitting overall at a deficit of 50,000. So that's where the change has been.
Go ahead, Trevor.
So none of that should be a surprise though.
No.
Because when we scheduled to open it, so we talked about emergency, opening it for emergency, we didn't think that was a good idea. When we talked about whether we were gonna open it, we all knew that there was going to be a deficit. We knew that. So these numbers shouldn't be surprising. I think you're absolutely right, Val, in the sense that I wouldn't hold my breath in any funding coming from the Ontario government as it relates to daycare centers or whatever more restart funding, until the full economy is open. The concerning part is that, you know, one of the bonuses or benefits that we've had over the last 5 or so years, we've had significant surpluses in this department. So, you know, I'm not suggesting we go and blow the farm, but I'm not suggesting that we have to panic in the sense that we need to keep vigilant on advocacy to get these things back to where they need to be. I think some of the discussion, and I'm a prime example, is, and I can just tell you from my personal experience, is we have not put our kids in before and after school before because the rules associated to the schools is completely different than the rules associated to the daycare. So in a school perspective, the kid's supposed to be in a cohort. They're not to move, and they're not to move at all. They're basically the teachers move to them. Where then before and after school, you're firing them all in the same room and letting them have whatever they want. So in my perspective, it was understanding where we were at, and I'm saying we will probably be putting our kids back in. But the concerning part is that I think some of the regulations that are being pushed down are province-wide and county-wide, not looking at the regional geographic of where we're dealing with. Huron County has had very little, if not minimal, cases of COVID-19, and we have the same restrictions as a Toronto, and it comes to daycare and schools. So, is it fair? No, but I think ultimately, at the end of the day, I'm okay with, in this particular case, the deficits for a year or two while we sort this all out. Because we know when it goes back to full operation, we're not going to have deficits. Like, we're going to go back to a surplus arrangement for child care services. So, you know, in one respect, it's good that we've had those large surpluses that we can deal with this problem. But I'm not saying we learn on it and we just don't hold on to it. We still have to advocate because everybody else is. And Val's made a perfectly good point, is that, you know, those opportunities, those private sector childcare services that can have the ability to get CEWS and those things, they have not a problem in the world right now. Because they're getting 75% of their wages subsidized. And they're getting 100% of the profit coming in from the kids. So they're happy as long as they're making a 30% reduction. So I think the argument is that we need to, none of this is surprising to me. I think we have to be clear that we do have large surpluses that we've had to utilize. And I think over the next year or so, we got to keep monitoring those surpluses to make sure that we are doing what we can. And I'm a proponent. I don't think raising the revenue or raising the cost for a family is going to help that scenario. In my mind, I think if we raise it, it's only going to hinder it more because of the economics that people are dealing with today at home. So, I think basically, I think I can pray as much as I can pray, but I don't see any more money funding coming from the provincial government as it relates to Safe Start.
And actually, for the little bit of hit we're taking, we are putting back to work a lot of frontline workers and factory workers, and we're keeping the economy rolling too. So thank you for that answer, Val. Thanks for your comments, Trevor.
So just in closing, like Councillor Trevor mentioned, I believe that we will rebound. We still have a huge wait list of young infants. Those infant parents are still actively looking at putting their children into our programs. So we will again move along and fill up our preschool spaces. We did want to let you know that currently we are only operating at 64% of our capacity, and we have consistently prior to COVID run at 100% with large wait lists. So even though September and October are traditionally lower, I believe we're much lower than normal. We have not opened our childcare spaces up at Sacred Heart, and I wanted to highlight that to you because I've always felt that we are most economically viable when we're filled at 100% and we're operating at 100% capacity. And having to staff up there and operate we don't have the demand for the 32 preschool spaces that we pushed for at this point. But eventually you will fill that up as well. But you currently are not operating childcare up at Sacred Heart School. You're only offering before and after school. So there are 32 spaces sitting vacant up there. Both schools are operating viable, as you can see from the numbers before and after schools in town. And they are much lower than normal, so you will see them rebound as people get more comfortable. I think the real trial, it was a trial for September, October to see if the kids would be the spreaders, if the kids would start spreading COVID through the community. And I think what we've learned so far is that we've had very little spreading via the children. It has been more community contact and in that 25 to 35 year age range. So I think parents are becoming a little more comfortable with the before and after schools, and may tend to go back to using it again as they get back to work and as they feel more comfortable with that. There is, my last point was that we continue to have these operational guidelines that are expensive to operate under and probably will, I would guess, until June, I'm just guessing, until we get past the second wave and they see how they want to continue to move forward. And as I am retiring in December, it would be good for people to continue to advocate to have those operational guidelines either matched with finances to go with it, or to have them taken away so that we can operate with greater flexibility and more economic models, because it is not economically viable the way it is at the main center for a long term. We will do it to protect our community and to protect our parents and our children, but economically money has to flow with that or it's not going to work long term. So your next person will be doing that, and I might be known to be a bit of an advocate at the county level, so they assure me they are taking our concerns to the next level and that they are addressing our municipal side of the story so that we could possibly get any next funding that comes.
Thank you, Valerie. As Valerie said, this is her last budget, so let's give her a hard time. Kevin, you're up first.
Well, thank you, through With the difficulties in with the main childcare, you're saying with the current situation, is that going to put a delay on the possibility of expanding the daycare to Blythe?
I'm currently working on a report for you guys to view and give consideration to, regarding some of the costs and possibilities for Blythe for sure. If you're not full in your main current programs, I will probably make a recommendation in that report that we have ideas in our mind for our expansion and do a reach out and a community consult with the members of the community to see their interest and desire. I have reached out to North Perth. They recently put a new building in Moncton and did a expansion into St. Mary's. And Pat Burfels and I have worked for a number of years together, and they actually received quite a large chunk of expansion dollars. So she's going to share with us for our municipality as much as possible what those startup costs look like, how I think there's a new push for flexi-care with the ages, so there's going to be a bit of a change in our ratios and family groupings, and it's perfect for Blythe because it's a smaller community, and that's what she said as well, that Moncton is a small community, they are loving it, so it's a mixed age grouping versus infant, toddler, and preschool. So I am getting that model for us. I still think there's room to consider. We'll put together some numbers for you. Is it ideal right now to push forward? It's an ideal time to plan to push forward, and it's an ideal time to consult with the community. And then we'll make a plan for you. We'll make a plan from the information as to how you want to move forward. So that should come before I leave.
The second question I had was would there be any thought or savings put in, thought of savings put in if we were leasing a building rather than owning a building? Like you say, the other ones were getting government funding because they're having to pay rent and getting the rent paid for. Is that a short-term thing, or should we be looking down the road at not owning a building and leasing one?
It would be something definitely to look at, the facts and figures from other organizations. I've always felt that when we were looking at the large roof costs and how we did get it done much lower than we anticipated, but definitely I was a bit of an advocate for rental versus the operation of the building, because we all know, like, it's like this building, it's like the wear and tear and costs of upkeep are huge, whereas a fixed rate of rent is easier to manage because you don't have all the capital costs associated with it. So that would be a pro and con thing. Currently, right now, of course, it's a better rate because they're getting that wage relief or the rent relief for sure. But that wouldn't be long term either.
Thank you.
Anyone else for Val? Donna, it's back to you. Thank you very much, Val.
Okay. Thank you, Val. Okay, so next we're going to move on to recreation and culture. So we're going to let Vicky take over.
You just went white. You just went white. What happened?
Did I?
Now you go.
Well, through your worship, I'll explain a few things. There's a few things to keep in mind. This has been an interesting process in doing the third quarter review, because I'll be honest, I was looking at expenses and revenue, and I said to Don, I said, we're doing great. I said, our revenue's down, but we're also really down in our expenses. And then Donna shed some light on that. And that was the fact that our revenue really offsets a lot of our expenses. And since we don't have the revenue, it's costing the taxpayer more. So that kind of changed the way I was looking at things. Donna's laughing at me now, but it certainly changed my view on things, because when you look at line by line, we're considerably under budget and things, but the revenue is down. So especially in the area of programs and things. But Before we get into that, we'll just, there's some things to keep in mind. We do run on seasons, so we have our busy seasons and our not so busy seasons, and obviously with the arenas and things, the fall season and winter season are our busiest. And we did make some decisions earlier to postpone or delay the installation of the ice up at the complex. Some other things to keep in mind is that our programming for aquatics, fitness, and recreation was canceled from April through August, and the arenas were closed as well, and they only just opened after Thanksgiving. Similar to Val, in the child care services and daycare center, the province has put in regulations, as well as the Huron Perth Health Unit has put in additional regulations that we have to follow in terms of screening and additional cleaning, disinfection of programmed areas. Obviously none of this was budgeted, and it is affecting our bottom line. Just to give you an example, and it is interesting because Val mentioned it for her as well, normally we would do one clean, like a full clean during the day of each of our facilities, but now we're being required to do 2 full cleans, plus in between each user group, we have to go in and clean and disinfect. So that is definitely having an effect on us. So in addition to that, there are some variables in terms of we had to do some additional training of staff because of the COVID-19 protocols that had to be put into place. So there was some added expenses to doing that too. The training was done in-house, but we had to bring staff back early to develop all the policies and procedures, get them approved by public health, and make any changes public health wanted before actually training them. There was some additional training as well for first aid, where it was they have to now use a valve mask. I think that's what it's called, valve mask, for CPR and things like that. So there's a lot of different things that's in place and things. Some of the other things to keep in mind with programs is that we have restricted capacities. We are not able to operate at full capacity. At this point, the maximum capacity we could have in the fitness areas is 50, maximum capacity for the pool is 50, and maximum capacity for the arenas is 50. So that's affecting a lot of different things in terms of our ability to generate revenue and things, and I haven't heard any indication that those capacities are going to change. In fact, yesterday I saw something, it was London Strathroy, where the health unit down there put additional restrictions in place, and they've lowered it down now to 10 participants in each of their areas. So it's something that we really don't have any control over, but we're doing our best to generate the revenue, but bring the people, the residents into the building, because as you know, participation in recreational leisure services affects people in many different ways. There's a social aspect to it. It's a good stress reliever. It's a health, as well as health benefits in keeping people active in things, which has a reduced cost on the overall healthcare system and things. So just some things to keep in mind. In terms of the next slide, there is on the campground and trailer park. Jamie and I had to split things up. We were trying to follow Donna's format on the budget summary as much as possible, but we did split it up and try to lump some things together just to do a summary of what's occurring and things. So with the campground, the campground and the trailer park, obviously there was closures and cancellations that resulted as a result of closures or restrictions on events. So we were not able to hold special events at the Blythe Campground. So barn dance wasn't there. There was a couple other smaller camping events as well as threshers were canceled. The revenue is down as a result of that. We haven't reconciled the revenue with the trailer park, with the Wingham Legion and the trailer park yet. That usually is done in December. So we're anticipating that should be on target and coming in and things. Expenses were down in terms of the campground and the trailer park. So we are expecting a bit of a surplus in that area for this year, but again, we don't have all the final bills in yet. In terms of that, we did take some precautions or some steps to try to reduce costs. For instance, at the Blythe Campground, as soon as you turn the hydro on at the campground, our bill automatically becomes a minimum of $500 a month. As soon as we flip the switch, okay? So we held off on doing that until we actually opened up. So that was a little bit of a savings because we opened up in July and things like that. So there were some steps taken there. Next on.
Oh,
sorry,
can I
Dawn.
ask you a quick question?
Go ahead.
So you told me this and I've forgotten. Is it the end of the month that the trailers are all going to be out at the Wingham Trailer Camp?
So they're, I've been watching the kind of observing things closely. We were under the impression that the trailers were going to be out on the 18th of the month of October. This was from a letter that was issued by the Legion stating that it was issued to the campers stating that the park would close on the 18th. But it also mentioned in there that the Legion would still be operating the park until the 31st. I guess there's been some discussions with the Legion, and the Legion has agreed that those campers that are still there can stay till the 31st. And thanks. I was in there Monday. I drove through, and there are 15 trailers in there at this point. And things. But there's quite a few that have been removed. And things. I did ask if there was any indication, or if there was any anticipation of problems and things, and what I gathered from the Legion, we're only anticipating possibly one issue. But in speaking with the clerk earlier today, we may have some avenues in trying to address that issue and deal with the owner of that trailer. So it is our hope to move ahead with that. We are planning then to move ahead with the additional soil, or phase 3, the soil remediation program this fall. Hopefully we'll have it done by the end of November. Any questions?
Paul?
Yes, through you, you said you're going to hope to have the soil conditions by November. Is there sort of a deadline with that?
To review, your worship. It was phase 3 of the site condition assessment. Dealt with the, we have a certain area that we have to, there's a bit of contaminated soil, we have to have that removed and then filled in and things, and our plan is to have that done by the 30th of November. Next slide. So on the screen there you have programs for aquatics, fitness, and recreation. Again, this is more of a summarized version of it, and this was certainly the area that caught me by surprise in how we looked at it and things. So year-to-date revenue and expenses are listed there, as well as the total budget. So if looking at that, the difference, you're looking at $60,000 difference between what an additional cost that we're experiencing right now. Now, the program expenses do include the additional costs in it for COVID. So COVID staffing costs, additional staffing costs for programs. The way we've had to do things at the center is that, and a lot of this is focused on the West Cass Center because of the programming that's offered there, is that program staff are doing the cleaning and disinfection in between each of their programs. So we've had to bring on additional programming staff to do that. Their wages are being allocated to a COVID-19 wage account for accountability back to the province. The one thing that's not reflected in here when we're looking at revenue for the programs and things is that the funding we receive from the province for COVID expenses is not reflected in here to offset those costs. Thanks, but at this point the costs are approximately $10,000 in COVID related costs right now. In the strictly staffing costs I'm talking and things. So again, we're having to kind of take a step back and look at this. We also have, the other thing is, you know, we do, again, like I mentioned, we have reduced capacities in our programs. We do have regulations we have to follow, so as soon as we have one person on that deck, we have to have two lifeguards on the deck as well. So we can't really make any adjustments there. But I can tell you that we do have a lot of happy people that's there. A lot of positive feedback coming back from the public, and the feedback we've also received is that they feel more comfortable coming into our building than going to a grocery store or another store because of the processes that we put in place and the cleaning and disinfection that's required. In total, we've had to refund $16,000 from memberships and program expenses. It's slowly, as people, the word's getting out that we have protocols in place and things, it is slowly starting to rebound a bit, but it's not quite at the level that we had hoped. So that's another thing to keep in mind. Next up then is Recommend. So under Recommend, year-to-date revenue and total budget, obviously you can see there's a huge difference there, but that is the transfer, the main part is the transfer of of reserves for the master plan, which will begin this fall. And it will result, we will have to transfer a portion of that into 2021 to pay for the completion of it, but it will, again, will begin this fall. Expenses are coming in, before we get to expenses, revenue is also down slightly because since there was the closure and the cancellation of programs and things, the rec guides, we didn't produce the same number of rec guides as we normally would to advertise those things, and we usually sell advertisements, which shows up under Recommend as a revenue. So that resulted in the revenue being down as well. Expenses are under budget for full-time, part-time, due to full-time, part-time staff layoffs. Similar to the other departments across the board for recreation training, we haven't, we've spent very little money on training. Anything that would have been done would have been early part of the year. There are some training for 2000 this fall as well as into 2021. A lot of things are going online, and online classrooms and things like that, but again, we haven't participated in our normal training programs. We've taken advantage of the free online programs that have been available. Next, any questions on that, or? Next on it. So community centers. So with the community centers, we kind of titled it this, but again, we were following the format in the budget summary. So in this area, this is actually covering not only the West Cass Center and the Blythe Community Center, but it is also covering off on Belgrave and the Knights of Columbus Hall as well, as entire buildings that we look after and things. So when you look at that, Our year-to-date actuals on revenue, again, are considerably lower, again, because of closures and cancellations of rentals. We are, with the opening of the arenas now, we are projecting that number for revenue will increase by another 110,000 by year end. So we are going to be under in terms of rentals and things. And with expenses, though, when you look at it, we are considerably lower on expenses, and some of that relates to decisions that we've made to try to reduce costs. Some was staffing with the layoffs and things, but some of it was also, for instance, the fact that in March we, when the COVID-19 and the pandemic was declared, we closed down the ice rinks. So we took the ice out 2 weeks early. So that saved, that was $3,000 a week for each week that we closed early. The same kind of, actually it's a higher methodology, but the same type of methodology can almost be used here with starting the West Cass Center later. Just in electricity alone, our facilities manager is estimating that we just saved between 20 and 25,000 in just by starting later. Not only did we save in electricity costs, but we've also saved on the wear and tear on the machinery. You may recall when we had to replace one of the compressors, and we had the request. We had the request in to run that summer hockey school. You may remember I was talking about the requirement and how hard it was making the compressors work and things like that, to put in ice earlier in August and things. Huge difference. Instead of taking us 14 days to put ice in and get it cold enough and everything and get it basically set, we were able to do it in 7 days. So, and the compressors are not running 24 hours a day. One ran 16 hours and one ran 3. So instead of 2 of them running the 24 hours straight. So it's certainly made a big impact there as well, which is kind of reflective in our lower energy costs and things. In addition to that, we've also made some changes to how we're staffing the facilities and how we're operating the facilities. With the after the last council meeting, not the last council meeting, but the council meeting in which we discussed starting the West Cass Center up a little bit later and looking at the request for ice and things, we made some changes to our staffing schedule and things so that we're not, we changed our operational hours so that we're not staffing it when there are no ice rentals in the building and things. So we've cut down on staff time as well, which is going to help to offset some of those costs as well.
Thanks, Vicki.
Go ahead, Paul.
I'm just thinking probably there won't be any playoffs this year, so I can see it turning off a lot earlier too. Okay.
Go ahead.
Your worship.
Okay.
It is, I would honestly, in realizing the cost savings that we've just incurred through COVID-19, we should consider possibly not putting ice in September again next year at the West Cass Center. Regular season does start in October, and by starting later, we are able to achieve those cost savings. I can't remember if I had spoken about this before, but years ago we used to have a lot of hockey schools and rentals going in September, and those are non-existent now. So it's really not worth it to have, for 10 or 14 hours of ice, to put ice in at the end of August to have it ready and run it for like 4 weeks like that. It doesn't pay for itself. So Later on, probably during the budget process, I'll bring forward a report to council, and introduce that as a cost-saving measure for us to consider for 2021.
Go ahead, Paul, and then
Just
Kevin.
another comment that I read in the paper where Goderich, they've just about double our populace, and they've been run the last 2 years with one arena. I think it's things like that we have to look at when we get the recreation report
Master
back, like master plan. There's things we gotta do.
Especially seeing some of these numbers. Go ahead, Kevin.
Thank you, Reed. During a normal aquatic season, are there times through the year when it's more busy than others, that people prefer to use the facility during those times? What times are those? You know?
Through your worship, we certainly see a higher usage during the fall and the winter. In spring, it just starts to kind of drop off slowly as people were able to go outside and be active outside.
Because I've noticed when the service review, they were showing about the other municipalities, they had outdoor pools, and they were much lower costs than what we're incurring. Has there been any thoughts to closing down during the times of slow usage, and that might generate more usage during the time that it is open, and being offset from when other pools are closed and ours being open, but when others are outdoor ones or seasonally, to make any savings that way?
Through your worship, we do reduce the hours in the summer months of the aquatic center because of that fact. In fact, we're not even open on the weekends at all because it wasn't worth.
What would you consider the savings to be if it was just, you didn't have to heat it, you didn't have to, it was just a body of water sitting there not being used for half a year?
I would need to do further analysis of that. I wouldn't know that.
Like you wouldn't have to have staff, you wouldn't have, if it's not being used rather than, just, I don't know, just trying to copy the demand and the usage.
Can you bring
I
back
was
a
just
report on that?
curious.
I certainly, if council wishes, I can certainly
Please.
bring a report back.
Please.
If that's the direction.
Trevor?
I think we have to take in mind, I completely agree with what Councillor Faulkner has asked. The issue is that back when the decisions were made to build an internal pool, the thoughts was it would be available 12 months of the year. That's the only reason why you would build an indoor facility rather than an outdoor pool, because the outdoor pool, you obviously, you're closed during the winter, but and where we have the option, where has been the concern is during the summer when it's 35 and 40 degrees, you don't tend to get the same resonation to an indoor pool with heated water as it relates to going to the beach or going to Splash Park or wherever it is. So I think we have to understand that, you know, unless you're physically going to empty the water out of the pool and shut the pool down, like physically like close that area, there is going to be costs associated to having that body of water in there, operating costs to go up and in. So I think we have to be cognizant of what the intention of that, and maybe that's a conversation for what people, like when we talk to the public, when we're getting information from the public as to relates to what is the issue. Like if the pool was closed in that area, would they have a major concern with it? I don't know. That's a question that we need to ask the public in a sense, but you're absolutely right in the sense of where we got from. But I think the business plan when that complex was built was that's the intention, is it would be open 24 hours a day or open 12 months of the year and utilized 12 months a year. But I don't think we're finding that being the option.
That's sort of rebuttal to that. Just my only concern is if, for budgetary reasons, if we're going to go down the road, as fellow councillor Heffer's under here, of closing an arena in this municipality, on the cost savings, we would have to look at closing the biggest money loser, not the if we're gonna go down that road, if we're gonna go, you know, I would say we get rid of everything,
So what you're suggesting is Belgrave stays open to the end?
so we all play there.
I think you wanna, I think also, I just wanna make a comment about Goderich. Goderich is only using one ice rink because the other one had an ammonia leak. Let's be clear. Like if the community is hell-bent to keep that second arena, like they do not wanna get rid of it. The community does not wanna get rid of that arena, and if they were able to put ice in that arena, they would have ice in that arena. Let's be no mistake about it. That arena has had an ammonia issue, and that's the only reason why that arena is closed, at least from what I'm aware of. There has been no discussion about that, but again, I don't think anywhere we can make a decision without a rec master plan as to relates to that type of discussion. But I think we have to be warranted to make changes operationally that help us manage demand. And I think ultimately, having arenas, we've talked about this before, amalgamation did not help communities who had multiple assets and they joined together to make one. It did not help municipalities whatsoever. So I think we have to, as we've been talking here, the rec master plan is going to tell us a lot, but I still think that, you know, closure is not always the option. I think operationally we can definitely utilize them better with help from our community members and our community or associations to ensure that we can have both and be effective in doing that. I think we need some support on that, Billy.
Yep. So I'm just gonna follow up on that for a second. So you can go down two paths. And sometimes I get a little discouraged because we've been hammering, I won't use the term I was about to use, to try to get another path going. So you can close something, or you can build something. We've had quite a time trying to get our new housing going. If we get the new housing going, we keep the arenas, because why would we close the arena and 5 years from now have to reopen the arena? I don't care which one it is. No different than the pool or anything else. So I know the staff has been working very, very hard on some project. In Blythe, we've had many, many new houses and that have propped up. In East Wawanosh, I hope very soon there's going to be something coming before me for 83 new houses. And we're still working on whatever we're going to call the development at the north end, straight behind me here. So let's try to focus on building instead of tearing down, because I don't think anybody really wants to shut anything down except for Bernie and his airport, and that's not going to change. So I just like to throw that out there, and we'll give it back over to Vicki.
Thank you, Worship. So I have a few comments to make, just so that we're all clear. And I may be all over the board here on some of this stuff, so bear with me a second. So just in terms of usage, when I say that the usage is not as high as what we anticipated, it is not the aquatic center that I'm referring to, it is the fitness center, okay? It is also the arena, okay, because as we reported, the usage was down there. The aquatic center, we've had to revamp the programs there, restructure the programs and things. And not only are they full, but we've got a waiting list, and we are about to start the second wave of swimming lessons up there, and there's a waiting list for that too. We've had to add an additional aquafit classes as well. Our aquafit classes are phenomenal. You have a large base of people, men and women, who are participating in those programs. In terms of Goderich and closing their facility down there, those groups had to go somewhere. Some of those groups are in Blythe. They're renting ice in Blythe. So we need to keep that in mind too. The Blythe facility does provide rental space for those groups from Goderich area as well as others. And the other thing that really came to my attention and is kind of surprising, you know, there's this idea out there that the arenas generate a lot of money. We must protect the arenas. Last year during the budget process, I realized, and I don't know who else has really looked at this, the aquatics revenue and the revenue from the fitness center is comparable. to the rentals that are generated for the ice. So I know that, you know, quite often it's, you know, hockey, 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 and things like that, but when you look at who is generating that revenue up there, it is actually comparable to the three facilities. The only thing that makes the arena at the Westcast Center look better is the contribution from Morris Turnberry, because we just set that whole lump sum under arena revenue. We don't spread it out amongst the different areas, and that money is not supposed to go specifically for the arena. It's supposed to go for the operation of that center. So just keep that in mind when you're looking at it, because they do generate quite a bit of money, the other areas of the facility and things. See if I have anything else. So is council wishing for me to present something in terms of off hours for the aquatic center?
No,
I
I
don't
was just-
mind
I was
doing
just
that. I think it's helpful if council's interested in it, and in showing what steps and measures we take to do that. I don't mind doing that, but I just need that direction from council.
Councilors, go ahead, Trevor.
I would rather see it as part of a plan when it comes to the rec master plan. When the rec master plan comes and there's some recommendations come out of that, I would rather see it then, as a rate, because I think you're doing it now, you could be doing the work, and then it comes back and says, we need all of them, and it says, well, why did we do all that work to establish that? I would rather it come back with a rec master plan, that's my opinion.
Everybody seems to be agreeing with him. I see a lot of nodding heads, Vicky. Okay, thank you.
Okay, so we'll move on. Thank you, Vicki. So our last slide here is on economic development, and I'll get Dwayne to elaborate a bit on that. We're quite underspent on economic development at this point in the year, and so we haven't transferred money from reserves. The $121,000, most of that was to come out of reserves in conjunction with projects being completed. So Dwayne, do you want to elaborate on those, or do you want me to go through them quickly?
I can if you want, Donna. So
Okay, thanks.
just in terms of, as Donna's indicated, we are significantly underspent, but if you were to do this slide in December of this year, it's going to look significantly different on the basis of, so we have the CIP program, $40,000 has been allocated to that program, and we've initiated an intake for that program. So it's anticipated that some, if not all of that, will be allocated by the end of the year. There's $15,000 in this particular budget, and it's paid to the Blythe Festival, and that payment usually occurs in November of each year. And that is the marketing partnership arrangement that we have with the festival. It's been an annual contribution that we've made for many, many years now. So it's anticipated we'll be paying that out in November. In terms of community partnership, there was a commitment made by the municipality a number of years ago, $50,000 a year. This will be our final payment in November of this year to the hospital. So we'll make that payment again, that'll be paid in November. Main Street Revitalization Funds, those are funds that we have allocated, as Don has indicated. Some of them were allocated towards the front office renovations. We do have some property owners who are currently working on their projects, and subject to completion of those projects, then that money will be paid out. How much of that is paid out in terms of by the end of this year, or has it been paid out?
Through your worship to council, so we've allocated the funds for the front counter, and as of right now, I'm waiting on 2 more CIP projects that were approved under the commercial facade grant to submit their invoices, and then basically the chief building official will go out and inspect the work to be done, and then we'll have all those funds allocated by the end of October.
Thanks. So Hutton Heights is well underway in terms of there's been a lot of work done in September and into October, and I'll be bringing forward a report from BM Ross in particular, whereby council needs to make some decisions, or will need to make some decisions in terms of to move that project forward. So that is moving along. The website project, we've already discussed this a little bit already. It is currently underway. Certainly anticipated that this project will be completed by the end of the year and that these funds will be spent. Alice Monroe, Councillor Haffer may be able to speak to this more, but what's been communicated is that we allocated $3,500 towards that particular festival. Those funds were not needed this year, and subsequently will remain unspent in the 2020 budget. But my understanding is that there will be 1 or 2 representatives coming forward with a similar request for 2021. So perhaps consideration of moving these funds into reserves and bringing them forward for 2021. The Wingham Trailer Park, we've already talked a little bit about that. This actually is going to be overspent, just in terms of, so as Councillor recalled, we committed $35,000. Then we found out that we had to phase the environmental additional $10,000, so we're up to $45,000. And we've just recently learned that we have to do some additional designated substance survey work for approximately $3,000. So we're going to come in around, so we budgeted $35,000, we're going to be overspent to about $48,000. But it's moving that project forward. And there will be some I'm currently working on pricing. You will see in the 2021 budget a need for some additional funds in terms of, we have to do a little bit of environmental work and some archaeological work, but certainly not to the same level or magnitude as Hutton Heights. So you're gonna see a request, but not nearly as much, certainly as Hutton Heights. And as council recalls, there was an application to the county for a particular tourism project, and it was a $10,000 project to develop a tourism strategy, and bus tour was part of that. Our commitment of that was $5,500, and Reed Bailey informed me today that that was not approved at the county level.
That's true, so it's not going through.
So those funds will not be needed. So as you can see, I mean, at the present time, we're significantly underspent. But as I mentioned, if we were to regenerate these numbers, or when we regenerate these numbers in December, you'll see that 28% of percentage expenditure will be significantly up. Any questions?
Not seeing any, Donna.
Okay. Okay, so to close off today, as you've heard from all your department heads, then we have a lot of ups and downs, and so it's going to take this year-end forecast to be able to kind of figure out exactly where we're going to end the year up, to see if we're going to be eligible for any further phase 2 funding. So we're going to be completing that exercise, and all the department heads, as I said, they know what's in their budgets and what they're going to spend by the end of the year, so they are working on those numbers for me. We're going to continue to track the phase 1 funding. As I said to you the other night, we've spent about $121,000 out of the 138, so I don't anticipate any problems, of course, of spending all of that, and then again, that's why we want to apply for phase 2 if possible. So we've got to monitor the revenue and the expenses closely to year end. As Dwayne is alluding to in the economic development budget, what's going to happen is, like, a lot of the expenses are just not going to come in until December, last minute. So it's going to be, as I said, hard to predict where we are going to end up. And then the difference, we're going to have to, as I said, move a lot of money forward to 2021 to complete all these projects. So I have my 2021 budget templates ready to go and sent out to the SMT, and so we're all, you know, starting to gather our numbers. We have to get through this forecast first before we can get our 2021 budget put together. So as I said, we're working through all of that, and so to finish off today, does council have any specific questions that they want to ask or further information?
Go ahead, Councillor Falco.
Through you, Donna. The last few years there was quite a delay in getting the information from the government as to what they were going to allocate back to the municipalities. They had said that they were going to get a little more quicker at doing that, rather than having, you know, being into January or February before they knew what their portion was. Is that happening
from the government?
It certainly did for 2020. I don't remember seeing the OMPF funding number for 2021 at this point. But maybe with all the COVID and stuff, they certainly had done better, and then this year, I haven't seen it yet.
So it was quite a headache for our first budget, because we
Yes.
didn't know. Thank you.
Does anyone else have any other questions?
Go ahead.
The only other question I had is that, based on the information that we have, do we have any significant contracts that are going to be required to be negotiated or come up in 2021 that, other than cross-border services, that we need to deal with? Waste management?
Yeah, waste.
Yeah.
Waste management?
Veolia.
Veolia's contract, so okay, Veolia and waste management, those are pretty big, those are two very big ones in public works. Okay?
Okay, so thank you, everyone. If there's nothing further, my portion of the meeting is completed, and I'd just like to thank you for your attention today. I know it's been a long day. We've had a lot of good information, and I think that will, as I said, we're trying to keep ourselves moving on a forward path. So I think all the information we have today continues us on our proper route. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Donna. I just wanted to say a couple of things. Number one, I'm hoping we can put our budget together. I know there's a lot of things going on faster than we did last year. I think we're into our 4th month. It's kind of hard to run a business if you're not sure where you're financing, and I would just like it a little faster. You've been through that 6-7 years ago with me, and I do understand outside problems. Having an old man moment. Give me a second. There was something else. I'm wondering this year if the staff could bring us a budget forward without asking us for where we want to fall on the percentage. Just see where it falls if we, and, you know, keeping in mind you're running a business and there's pie in the sky that we'd all ask for, but let's, knowing what's going on behind the scenes in that, let's look at a very realistic budget this year and aim at the best you can, and let's just have it. Rather than start off at the 20% and ask us if we want to get to 2 or 3%. Where we want to get to is the best budget we possibly can under such stressful times. So to all the staff, understand this is very stressful times, and nobody here is asking for a miracle. But we would, I think it'd be better rather than ask for a percentage if we just say, guys, here it is. Now let's work our way through what really needs to be done and what doesn't, based on the fact that these are very abnormal times. And I don't think they're going to be any better in the next year, so we'll keep that in mind as we move along. Okay? Go ahead, Chris.
I like that approach. I always wondered why, you know, it came down in slices. It's like buying a car and you're getting one price and you cut them down. But have a sharp pencil, hit us, and we'll
work from there.
I like that.
Yeah.
If I may reply, the reason that we put some of the things in the budget, knowing that you're going to have to cut them out, is that it's an awareness of projects that need to be done. So we are trying to plan ahead, and that's been our mandate for the last few years. So if we don't let you know that in a couple of years or that a big project is coming up, sometimes what we are finding that we're doing is we have to save for a project over 2 or 3 years, and we can't afford to do it all at once. So what we try to do is to at least, in the past what had happened is, so we did our budget, staff went through, cut everything out, only brought the final budget to you, and council said, oh, that's great. So then, when we would bring up something, the rec master plan was a perfect example, and council would say, oh, we never heard of that thing before. So it's been in the budget for 10 years, but we've cut it out because we knew we couldn't pay for it. So that's kind of the reasoning behind it. We like to keep you up to date on some of the things that are still coming up, and if we can't do them that year, we have to cut it out. But that doesn't mean that it goes away. We still need you to be aware of it, and then we have to know that we have to do it the next year. So it's just yes, but it's, I certainly, we know what you're saying, and as I said, the last few years we've brought you the bare bones as much as we possibly can. So
Thank you. Go ahead, Trevor.
Yeah, I would just reiterate to that is maybe it's just a page. It's just a page within the budget template that says, here's items that are for consideration. We as staff don't think they're a priority right now, but maybe you as council do, compared to what is currently in the budget. Because I think one of the parts that we haven't taught, that staff haven't heard or haven't seen, hasn't really changed or heard what council's priorities are for the budget. So, some of the discussion is about budget, from the KPMG report which was part of my comment, is wanting to make sure that before we left here today, do you as staff have enough, senior management staff have enough information to go on as it relates to completing the budget based on what we have had discussions with today? Because I would argue I don't know if you do or you don't. But the other thing is that, we did put that strategic plan together, and ultimately in my mind, what I'm hearing is that's council's priority list. And unless that's changed, to me, that's what the priority should be based on, and what the budget should be based on, a list of those priorities. So I guess my comment to the council is that strategic plan still our priority over the next 2 years? And if it is, then staff now have a realistic plan about where they need to go. In saying that, we just got a service delivery review that has some operational things that I think staff can take away from that and do with what they need to do and provide those information to council. But, some of that stuff, have we truly told staff what the priority is on some of those service delivery reviews? And I don't know that we have. So, I think, that might be the conversation that Councillor Heffer was talking about, is maybe taking it to the couple of weeks and saying, when we come back on October in that other business, maybe that's part of the agenda, is to say, what part of this service delivery review are we really wanting to implement in the 2021 budget? And maybe it's one, maybe it's two, I don't know. I don't know that we've got or that staff got a real sense of where the priority of council is on that particular document. There's lots of discussion and lots of thanking KPMG, which we should have, but I don't think we really got the substance about where we want to go with that report.
Well, good points, Trevor, and we'll follow up with that. And yes, I agree with what Paul said earlier too. We should be taking a further look at it. No, we did a lot of talking, but did not give direction, which is needed. And I agree with your thoughts of putting that list out. As Donna said, there are certain things that come up, but they come up year after year after year. But if they were on a list and say, hey, we're going to start an asset management plan, and here's the list, because we've got 2 or 3 different people that have brought things forward, and as the fire chief showed us about 2 weeks ago, here's the list from 10 years ago, and it hasn't changed. We still got to replace that truck in 2022. We got to do this. If we had that, you could actually make your budget plan so easy, because you can see what's coming down the road. And if you have to bump everything, you do, but you bump everything so that you're not going along with your budget and all of a sudden like the police, because that's what kills everything. You just go, no, we're going to try, and it's a tough one, but we have to start. This may not be the year to do it, because again, this is such an unsettled season, but I think we should just look at everything and then make a move from there. Anyone else? Go ahead.
So, through your worship to council, I guess to kind of feed off of what Deputy Reeve Sype is saying, if there would be benefit, so what we'll do in the other business section of the November 2nd council agenda, we'll put the direction from the service delivery on there, but what we can also do is we can attach this current version of the strategic plan. Mm-hmm. If council sees benefit to that, and basically you can compare the two and see what was basically to be budgeted for 2021, and I guess it would be the short-term, medium, long-term goals of that plan. And I know as senior management, we're looking for, is there anything that you want to change? There's some stuff in there where the timelines have definitely changed for us, so we can incorporate that into the discussion as well if council sees benefit to it.
That's great. Okay, anyone else? Not seeing anyone? I think, Donna, we're done with yours. Well, I want to thank you very much, and I want to thank the senior staff. And I kinda wanna say, maybe a little early, but goodbye to Val and hello to.
That's
Anyway.
Zeus, you know.
Anyway,
Here.
go ahead,
Just
Trevor.
wanted to mention, what I'm thinking is pages 40 to 50. The service-based opportunities is what I think council needs to focus on, nothing else.
Yeah.
The other stuff is operational, sorry, Dwayne, but the other stuff is operational in my mind. The service-based opportunities for consideration is what we as policymakers need to make a decision on in this report. And that's where I think we need to focus on.
Okay, let's focus on that for our next council meeting. Okay. We have a department updates, 5.4, I believe that's next.
No, that one.
We just did that one? Good. Confirmation of the bylaw being 69/2020, being a bylaw of the Township of North Huron to adopt, confirm, ratify matters dealt with by the Council of Township of North Huron. Do I have a mover? I have Kevin and Paul. All in favor? Carries. Flippity page. That the Council Township of North Huron agrees being no further business before the council, the meeting be hereby adjourned at 2:28 p.m. Do I have a mover? I have Rick and I have Chris. All in favor? Carries. You put your hand up there. I was going to say, Don.
Oh, I was looking at my watch.
I just